Good evening, council and those in the gallery and those on Zoom. We're having a special council meeting, and it's with regards to two engineers' reports. And at this time, I will call our clerk to do roll call, please.
Okay. Mayor Klopp.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Present.
Councillor Sangster. Present. Councillor Root, we have regrets from. Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hustle may join us. Councillor Lamport, we have regrets. Councillor Walden.
Present.
And Councillor Whetstone.
Present. Okay, thank you, council. And there's none on Zoom, but we do have, I'll remind everyone, there are people that are on Zoom. So try to remember to turn our mics on. And if you don't see mine on, please remind me. Okay, at this time is your disclosure of pecuniary interest for 3.1, 3.2. 3.2, I'm going to comment on. In this report, it finally came that in the written form that there was a piece of roadway that is in Highlands 2 that's part of this report. And when I saw that it's also some dollars amount to it, I do have a sister-in-law that has property in Highlands 2. As this has been rolling along for the last number of years, it was not part of the issue at all. So I felt fairly confident in my opinions and giving the best thoughts about this. So I did check with the Integrity Commissioner, and he informed me that there's a lot of rules, and technically he said he would defend me that I do not have a conflict of interest. Although the word integrity, Commissioner, I think I carry that with me too. And I've been around a number of these since I've been this high, and there's been lots of discussion, and becomes somewhat of the issue is so-and-so is renting the farm and he's also on council, or so-and-so's this. To be fair to you as councillors, I will be stepping back on that on 3.2 because we need to have the discussion about the actual issues and not about, well, so-and-so might know somebody. We all have relations and all that, but I just feel that this is where I'm at on this. So I will be excusing myself, and the deputy will be taking the chair at that time. Okay, going forward here, 3.1, I will turn to our clerk, and she will start this process.
Okay. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the technical aspects of the Gannock Municipal Drain Project. Council will consider questions regarding the work proposed in the report and or the total cost of the work. This meeting is not to discuss individual assessment values. Chris Thompson from RJ Burnside is here tonight, and he will give a brief presentation of the report. Following this presentation, affected landowners will have an opportunity to ask questions or share comments. We know that we do have several people here this evening who would like to speak, so we ask that you be mindful of the time available and keep your questions and comments direct and focused on the technical aspect of the project.
Okay, I turn to the engineers. Please come up, turn the mic on, introduce yourselves, and we'll proceed.
So good evening, Mayor and members of council. As mentioned, I'm Chris Thompson, drainage engineer with RJ Burnside and Associates, and it's my privilege to be here today to present the Gannock Drain Improvement 2026. So there's about 7 items I'd like to touch on today, starting with our authority all the way through to the next steps. So RJ Burnside and Associates was appointed under Section 78 of the Drainage Act by resolution of council at its meeting on March 22nd, 2021. The request was signed by George Fraser Fellows, owner of part of the west half of Lot 5, Concession Lake Road West. The description of the requested improvements are as follows. An extension of the outlet of the Gannock Drain from Elmsley Drive to the Lake Huron Bluffs, including the stabilization of the eroding banks of the gully forming the southern border of the property, as well as the installation of erosion control measures to prevent further erosion and damage. So, as mentioned, the project was initiated under Section 78 of the Drainage Act, which is a request for improvement, or in this case, an extension of an existing municipal drain. So in front of us, we've got the previous watershed plan. The Gannock Drain was originally constructed in 1991 and consisted of a main drain and 3 branches known as A, B, and C. The 1991 report provided for the construction of 1,400 meters of concrete field tile, 3 road crossings, and approximately 40 meters of open drain work. The tile diameters throughout the system ranged in size from 200 millimeters to 500 millimeters in diameter. And currently, the municipal drain extends only 40 meters west of Elmsley Drive. So there have been 4 stakeholder meetings throughout the process. The first one being held in August of 2021, and it was a virtual meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. There's a follow-up on-site meeting held in October of 21, an information meeting, which was the first true presentation of the proposed design, costs, and assessments in July of 2024. And then there's another information meeting held in March of this year. Discussion at those meetings included the state of the existing ravine, including the advancing erosion of the banks, the possible ravine rehabilitation options, including open versus closed options, some bank slumping concerns, a watershed boundary, and estimated project costs. It was flagged at information meeting number 1 that there's a southern gully that's bringing in a larger watershed area, and that there was an adjustment made prior to information meeting number 2. So next, I'd like to walk through some photos of the existing conditions of the ravine and beachfront. So this first picture represents some beach scour that's occurring near the mouth of the ravine, and it's basically the beach erosion that's being caused by the direct discharge of concentrated waters through the ravine. You can see here that it's currently eroding the toe of the beachfront. And just for reference, the mouth of the ravine that we're working on is in and around where those large woody debris is piled. So the second photo, which is courtesy of Mr. Robert Kerr, is just an example of the damage that's occurring from the water that's traversing down the ravine. And it just shows you how uncontrolled discharge can really cause a lot of damage to a sandy beach. The next photo is the ravine outlet to the beach. So there's a significant woody debris from the ravine above, potential from some trees falling down in the ravine, as well as some could be driftwood from the beachfront. This debris is being proposed to be tidied up as part of the construction. As we work our way into the ravine, there's severe erosion of the toe of slope, which has resulted in some bank slippage, taking trees and massive root wads with it. So you can kind of see how, with the erosion of that toe of slope, the tree has slid into the base of that ravine. Additionally, here, this picture is maybe kind of harder to see, but if we look kind of in that right center there, it's just an example of the top of ravine slumping, and again, likely due to fallen trees. Continuing further up through the ravine, there's more examples of slope failures, trees at the top with minimal to no soil support on one side are definitely susceptible to toppling over and falling in. And this is just another example of another tree that's fallen into the base of that ravine. This next photo is not a photo from this project, but it's again just an example of what can happen when mature trees fall over, and we've seen it all throughout this ravine, and that's why in this proposed work we are proposing to do some significant tree clearing in the area to reduce future damage from occurring. So again, another additional example of the trees and bank eroding into the channel at the bottom of the ravine, and as has been displayed, it's consistent throughout. This next photo is an example of the existing Gannock drain on the west side of Elmsley Drive. We've got the two 500 millimeter diameter CSPs, as well as the plunge pool that was installed in 1991. The next photo is the upstream side of the road, or east side of Elmsley Drive. And we can see two catch basins that form part of the existing municipal drain. These catch basins will be replaced under the proposed conditions. And so before we touch on the proposed design, I just, again, to highlight the severity of the erosion that's occurring through the ravine, and the need for a solution in this area in specific. So next, we can take a look at the watershed area for the Gannock drain. The watershed area is about 117 hectares in size, or 288 acres. It's comprised primarily of agricultural lands, woodlot. There's residential cottages, as well as municipal and provincial road right-of-ways. If we look where the dashed red is, we're able to see that the blue line is the location of the proposed work. So it extends from the Lake Huron Bluffs through Elmsley Drive. And in these existing conditions, surface water is flowing from east to west, both overland and through the existing Gannock drain before discharging into the plunge pool on the west side of Elmsley Drive. This next photo is a zoomed in detail of the proposed work. And again, the proposed work shown as a solid blue and green line there. And if we go to section 6 of the report, there's works on both private and Elmsley Drive, so private lands and Elmsley Drives. The work on private lands includes the clearing, brushing, mulching, and offsite disposal of all woody debris, trees, and shrubs within the ravine, as well as the working space and all trees within 3 meters of the top of bank as deemed necessary. So not every tree within 3 meters of the top of bank, but if we do get out in construction and there are significant trees leaning in that area, we've provided compensation by means of allowances to address those. It's the preference to be able to leave as many trees as we can. We're not just going in and clear cutting everything, but as was shown in those existing conditions, if we leave trees that are leaning and likely to fall, we're going to be in a similar situation. Private lands, it also includes the installation of a manufactured energy dissipating outlet structure, approximately 244 meters of smooth wall, 750 millimeter diameter smooth walled welded steel pipe, a ditch inlet catch basin, 2 concrete manholes, as well as a bunch of earthworks. So importing approved fill, approved bedding material, screen topsoil, stone riprap, and hydro seeding. I'd like to note that the hydro seeding mixture, we've been in constant contact with ABCA, and as can be seen in Appendix F of the report, we're using a recommended mixture from them. Work on Elmsley Drive includes the removal of the existing 2 500 millimeter diameter CSPs, removing those 2 catch basins. We're going to install 18 meters of 750 millimeter HDP subsurface pipe, and then 15 meters of 600 millimeter diameter surface pipe. There will also be new catch basins on the upstream and downstream side of the road. The next section in this detail that I like to draw the attention to is the area of disturbance, and that is that dashed cyan line that we can see. And for this project, an area of disturbance was calculated incorporating all area expected to be impacted by the construction. So this area is calculated based on the anticipated grading extents within the ravine area and for the area needed to remove any trees within the proposed drain right of way and any tree that could adversely affect the long-term stability of the ravine side slopes. So again, those are only going to be trees that we get out there and you can tell they're, they're leaning and they're going to fall down. This area in specific was the area used to calculate the damage allowance under Section 30 of the Drainage Act. The next area on this page that I'd like to draw your attention to is the staging area, which is a 1 acre spot on the Ganok property. It's in that dashed orange section on this detail. And this report provides for a staging area for the temporary storage of materials, equipment during the construction period. And it's our opinion that this staging area is essential to the project for required traffic safety on Elmsley Drive during construction activities. The Ganok property was provided with an allowance for this area. The next section on this drawing is the dashed yellow line, which represents the ponding extents in the 1 in 25 year design storm. And the proposed design uses a detention area using the natural topography on the property to temporarily store runoff and reduce peak flow rates within the ravine. So again, another allowance was provided for that. And finally, on this page, I'd like to draw attention to the southern gully, which we can see is a dashed blue line that comes into that outlet structure. And because we need to build up the Toa slope rather quickly at this outlet, there are some minor works that have to occur on that southern gully. Once this process is completed, that southern gully does not form part of the municipal drain and will be private as in existing state. This next slide demonstrates the typical installation of the drain from the outlet structure to the west side of Elmsley Drive. So as we can see here, we have the 750 millimeter diameter smooth wall welded steel pipe, the granular A bedding and backfill. We have the approved compacted clay backfill, and then that gets us to our proposed overflow grass channel. It's important to note that the subsurface pipe was sized to accommodate the 1 in 2 year storm event, and the subsurface pipe in combination with the vegetated overflow channel will accommodate safe conveyance up to and including the 100-year event. It's a rather wide overflow channel in 3 meters and half-meter depth, and the reason for that width is to allow for the operation of a mini excavator in the future if means of maintenance is required. This next slide shows a section or side view of the proposed outlet structure. And this structure is basically a series of a couple retaining walls, and it really has three main purposes. The first purpose is for energy dissipation to avoid a concentrated flow from the pipe discharging directly onto the beach. The second purpose of the structure is to provide improved stability of the toe slope of the ravine. So we're going to bring in a bunch of compacted fill, use this retaining wall structure, and then grade out at 3:1 to help better stabilize the ravine at the outlet. And the third and finally is we have requested that it be an armor stone finish to preserve a natural look. And it's just an aesthetic thing for the ravine. It should also be noted that at the base of the outlet structure, there will be a 10-meter long riprap stilling basin, which is shown on the drawings in the report, but but not necessarily on this slide. And again, here's kind of an overall plan view of what can be expected with this outlet configuration. Its intention being that the water is traversing down, dissipates into the stone riprap, and then acts as a level spreader and kind of just spreads and seeps through. Again, under larger events, you might see more of a tiered effect, but there is that riprap stilling basin at the base to prevent any erosion on the beach front. And like throughout this process, we changed from just a regular armor stone to a manufactured retaining wall type product. And the advantages of that are it's an engineered solution. So it's going to have a minimum design life of 50 to 75 years. It's easier to install than you've got a crew that's just lugging a bunch of armor stone blocks. So we're hoping that from an installation standpoint, that's a way to bring the cost down. And again, it can have an armor stone like finish, so it is aesthetically pleasing for the people who are walking on the beach and have to see it. Next, I can touch on the project cost summary. And this project cost can be broken down into the following items. So we have construction, which we've corresponded with some contractors and suppliers related to pricing. We've got allowances to owners under section 29 and 30 of the Drainage Act. So for the right to use land and for damages. We have the preparation of this report, the preparation of the geotech report prepared by Grid Engineering, meetings and procedure under the Act, tendering and construction inspection. We also have a structural inspection line item for an investigation to any surrounding structures located along the ravine prior to construction. And then we have administration and financing, including net HST. So in total, the estimated project cost for the Gannock Drain improvement is $1,155,000. And again, I'd like to preface that like these are estimates. In a perfect world, we see the construction costs come in lower than what I've estimated here. And so, like, despite that this meeting today is not to, discuss individual assessments, I feel it was worthwhile to go down and show a breakdown of the assessment summary. So the total estimated cost at $1,155,000. We take away the special assessment for the work on Elmsley Drive, $67,100. We have the remaining to assess to the lands and roads. We take a look at the total assessment on roads being about 160,000, with the municipality of Blue Water's portion being about 116,530, and one MTO road and Highway 21. So in total, we've got a balance to assess to private lands of $927,920. Once we factor in the provincial 1/3 grant for agricultural lands and we remove the allowances from the total assessment, we have an approximate total net cost to private lands of $746,000. This next slide is just an overview of the construction assessment schedule summary. So every report would have received this loose page, and if we just work our way from left to right, you can see starting with concession, lot, the owner of the land, the corresponding roll number, the affected area, the benefit outlet special assessment, and then the total estimated assessment per property. As we keep moving right, you'll see that there's the less 1/3 grant for properties eligible for that OMAFA grant. There's less the allowances for the properties that were compensated for work on their lands. And then this far right column is the estimated net assessment for out-of-pocket costs. So next steps, where do we go from the meeting today? This slide represents the basically the timetable of the Gannock Drain Improvement 2026. We've had those 4 stakeholder meetings. The report was filed with the township on July 20th, 2026. The reports and notices were mailed in July, and that brings us, which is highlighted today, the consideration of the report, with the purpose today of a bylaw be given first and second reading and a date for the quarter revision set. Following that, quarter revision notice and bylaw will be mailed sometime in August, with the quarter revision held in September. So it's important to note that there are appeal authorities under the Drainage Act. It's the engineer's responsibility to assess the project costs in a manner that they feel is fair and unbiased. But that being said, there are appeal bodies. The first body being the quarter revision, which any property owner who's assessed is more than welcome to appeal their assessment to the court. I always say you can appeal whether you believe your assessment is too high or too low. That is on the form. So secondly, you've got the Agricultural, Food and Rural Affairs Appeal Tribunal, and this is the next step of appeal. It deals with decisions from the court, as well as can directly deal with any appeals related to the design or allowances. So I guess before I turn it back to council and the public for questions, I think it's pretty clear with the photos presented today that there's definitely a problem at hand. I do believe we have a solution that best resolves that problem. We've been in contact with ABCA throughout the process. They've issued us a letter of support from ABCA, who has said they've committed to issuing a permit for the work following third reading of the bylaw, and that they're in full support of the proposed design. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, at this time, before we open up to the public, is there any particular question that comes to mind right now? Seeing none, I will now turn over to our clerk, and she has a list, and of course, we'll make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak if they wish to on this or ask questions. So I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Klopp. We're going to begin with our virtual attendees this evening. And I'd like to begin with Dr. George Fellows. I understand he is being represented this evening by Jacob Damstra.
That's correct.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council, for the opportunity to make representations. I will say that my comments tonight will be more in the form of representations as opposed to questions, as I understood that was one of the opportunities that Dr. Fellows had. Dr. Fellows is the owner of the property at 75163 Gordon Drive. And as you heard from the engineer's report, he is the owner of the property, which is most severely and significantly affected by the deficiencies in the current drainage system. So I'm going to cover 3 points. First, I'm going to cover and present that it's critical to keep in proper context that the existing drain is deficient and it's causing real and significant damage to the Fellows property, and that needs to be addressed. We don't disagree there, but we do submit that that's part of the municipality's obligation to repair and maintain the existing drain, and the report doesn't take that obligation into account. It focuses only on the extension or the improvement without considering those other obligations. The second point that I'll make is that in Dr. Fellow's submission, the proposed outlet extension as currently presented is not the preferred solution to addressing the deficiency and the damage to the Fellows property. There isn't really any consideration of alternative options, which we believe would likely be less costly, easier to complete, and less detrimental to the natural environment. And I'm going to comment on a couple of those. The third point that I want to make only briefly at the outset is with respect to the assessment of costs. I heard the clerk's comment at the beginning, and I won't make detailed submissions on that. But I do want to put it in context that Dr. Fellows is being asked on this proposed schedule of assessment to be paying $215,000 as a benefit assessment, effectively for the benefit of not having his property continue to be damaged and eroded as a result of a deficient drain, which is required by law to be repaired. And there's no consideration of an injuring liability assessment in the report that we could see. As I said, I won't comment any further on that, but I do want to expand briefly on the first 2 points. So the first point I want to begin with is reminding Council of how we got here, because the scope of what is now before you has grown beyond what Dr. Fellows anticipated, and it's taken a long time to get here without really anything happening at the Fellows property. Dr. Fellows first raised concerns about erosion at his property with the municipality in August of 2019, 7 years ago, explaining that increased drainage from the upstream properties had escalated to the point where it was eroding the sides of the gully or the ravine and putting his cottage at risk. The Fellows family persisted and followed up. In November 2019, Dr. Fellows' late son, Jeff Fellows, wrote to a Public Works Department advising that the additional flows generated by the drain, since it was tied into the water course adjacent to us, have adversely affected our property, and that the erosion was dragging the cottage into the gully. In December of 2019, one of Dr. Fellows' other sons, Tobias Fellows, who's an architect at Noor Architects and Engineers, wrote to the municipality identifying 3 potential causes of the deficiency: civil projects, improving Elmsley Drive to the municipal standards, increasing the drainage area beyond the initial design, and failure to restrict water flow to the 25 millimeters per 24 hours specified in the original design documents, didn't adequately protect the bank of the gully. And he noted that the 1991 municipal drain report recognized that the gully is fragile. He quoted the report's own comment that a sufficient outlet means a point at which water can be discharged safely, so it will do no damage to lands or road. I think we heard from Mr. Thompson that that is not, in fact, the case with this drain, and that's a deficiency which needs to be repaired. If we move forward, in June of 2020, additional formal correspondence was sent to Public Works with video showing the runoff, the erosion as it was occurring. And in February of 2021, I became engaged and I wrote to the municipality providing notice of these deficiencies and making a request for repair and maintenance of that deficiency to address the issues immediately. Through conversation with staff, I understood that it may also be necessary to submit a Section 78 request for drain improvement. And we did that as an alternative, but my letter was clear that the request was for immediate action to be taken to repair and maintain and prevent ongoing erosion to the property. The Section 78 request was filed and acknowledged by the municipality February 22nd, 2021. That's what you heard Mr. Thompson speak about at the outset of his presentation. And that was over 5 years ago. what Dr. Fellows requested was a repair of a deficient drain that was allowing too much water to enter the gully, which was attacking the banks of the gully and causing erosion in a way that wasn't contemplated in the 1991 report. And that has not been addressed in the last 5 years. So we acknowledge that some improvement is procedurally necessary here. The Section 78 improvement is procedurally necessary here because there's a need for an extension, and the municipal drain in 1991 was never extended through the complete ravine to Lake Huron. But the need for this improvement has to be kept in mind, arises directly from an original decision that the concentrated upstream agricultural tile and road drainage into a vulnerable downstream gully without providing a protected outlet to the lake was chosen. We can't go back in time and fix that now, but we are asking that appropriate consideration of alternatives be taken into account that are less costly and less intrusive and interfering of the natural environment. The reality is that the consequences of this limited design has fallen squarely on Dr. Fellows' property, and that as a downstream owner who's not contributing to the drainage, he shouldn't be the one to bear the principal cost of correcting those consequences, and that repairs and maintenance ought to have happened, ought to still happen as an interim measure to reduce the flow of water through that drain until such time as an appropriate solution can be identified. Let me quickly address what we say are the alternative solutions. Two of them were presented and discussed during the various meetings. One of them, I think, is addressed in passing in the report, but dismissed as not feasible without really explanation why. Our proposal, our request, our approach, and our ask of council is to direct the engineer to consider alternative approaches, not to overhaul the entire system with a new, much higher standard, and then assess the cost of that overhaul against Dr. Fellows as the very landowner who has suffered years of damage. So the alternative solutions that we suggested were a holding pond or a detention pond with some sort of water control structure that will contain flows at peak rates, control the discharge, and then have the ability to control that in a more effective way to prevent peak flows that cause the erosion. Combining this with some sort of erosion control measures at the most sensitive points of the gully. Dr. Fellows also previously proposed investigating the diversion of the upstream flows into a pre-existing drainage system to the north via Blue Bluff Road, which extends all the way to the beach. We understand that this option was discussed and that the engineer expressed concerns about capacity, noted that this would not stabilize the existing ravine, but we haven't seen any comparative analysis of the feasibility or the cost of this approach. It would be, in our submission and our request, appropriate to consider that, which would provide a shorter route to divert the flow, easier access along Elmsley Drive without the natural bends and turns of the ravine, and would eliminate the need for the removal of the trees. So we were surprised to see that this alternative was dismissed out of hand without consideration of it. And perhaps Mr. Thompson could address it at the appropriate time. Ultimately, as I said, what we're asking is council to exercise its authority and indeed obligation to ensure that the solution adopted is proportionate to the problem, consistent with sound drainage principles. And so we're asking council to direct the engineer to investigate and report on less costly, less intrusive repair alternatives while completing some of the immediate interim stabilization measures that we had asked for 5 years ago and that still remain outstanding. I'm going to, as I said, reserve Dr. Fellow's comments and submissions regarding the assessment to the appropriate forum, other than to note that we do have significant concerns about how that approach has been proposed. And I'll leave my submissions there. So thank you for the opportunity to make the representations, and I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Sorry. Okay, sorry, I just, can you make sure we're getting the right process? Thank you. At this time, I will, you had a couple questions for the engineer. Would it be okay if is he prepared to answer those 2 points a little at this time? And then we'll still open up for more questions. Or do you want to, yeah, well, let's deal with this at this time. Are you prepared? There's a, with regarding the Blue Bluff, which you talked about, and the other thing about the other options.
Yeah, so through your worship, um, we analyzed the diversion option, bringing it to the north and outletting into another ravine. It's merely dumping the problem on someone else. There still would be issues that would have to be addressed in that ravine to then further accommodate the additional or change in watershed land use from going from the Gannock Drain watershed to that ravine watershed. Additionally, from a preliminary glance, we were looking at you'd probably be north of 975 millimeter pipes twinned, opposed to one single 900 mil or 750 millimeter pipe that's proposed in this solution. Additionally, as was mentioned, diverting the water does not solve the issue in that existing ravine. The existing ravine is eroding, as can be seen, and we analyzed a riprap channel option all the way down through, but what we found there was we have to build up that toe slope so quickly that really this manufactured energy dissipating outlet structure is what was required to both stabilize the ravine and help contain the water that's coming down through. So yeah, the first and foremost, I definitely have capacity concerns for traversing to the north. We gave it a high level look, but again, with what was outlined, based on the problem at hand, we focused on extending it to a sufficient outlet, which we believe we have done.
Okay, and then first point. And then his first point, are you prepared to speak to it right now? Did you hear the question?
Okay, could
Or
you
the
just
comment?
repeat it, Your Worship, please?
I'll ask, sir, could you repeat your first idea that you wanted to
Yeah,
probe?
yeah. This was the creation of a holding pond with a water control structure to control the flow out of the holding pond to a more manageable and appropriate rate, combined with some slope stability erosion control measure at the most sensitive areas of the gully of the ravine.
So through you, Mayor. Again, this design as is has taken into
I'm sorry, I don't know if I see Dr. Fellows coming on as well, and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. We've lost audio on our end. I'm not sure if others online are experiencing that as well.
Yes, I've lost audio here as well.
Okay, yeah, I think right as Mr. Thompson was about to begin speaking.
Still no audio.
Hi, Jacob, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, we just had a little bit of a hiccup there.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for addressing it.
So, sir, that's a chair here. Did you hear the answer with regards to the idea of the holding pond or when he spoke?
No, almost immediately when Mr. Thompson began his response, the audio cut out.
Okay.
Thank you, Worship.
Okay, I will ask him to repeat that. And then, sir, if you have any questions on that, go ahead, okay?
Thank you.
So through your worship, as far as the detention pond idea goes, we have incorporated detention into this design using the natural topography of the area, opposed to actually excavating out a full-blown pond on perhaps the Mr. Gannock's property, and for him to lose farmland as well as compensation would have to be provided in a much larger sum than what was given in the report if it was a permanent fixture. Additionally, with regarding the detention of the peak flows down through the ravine, in this design, we have that detention area for up to the 1 in 25-year storm, and then majority of the flow will be conveyed through that subsurface pipe, with less flow under the proposed conditions being conveyed through the ravine overflow channel.
Go ahead. Is there any follow-up questions at this time, sir?
I mean, I suppose one follow-up question, thank you, Worship, would simply be if there is a detention structure in place, is the remainder of the proposal, the complete hardening of surfaces and enclosed drain structure, is that necessary if there is more control over the amount of flow through the drain system?
So through your worship, I would argue yes, it is still needed. First and foremost, there is no hardening of surfaces here. This is a vegetated grassed overflow channel and a subsurface pipe. That channel will be very naturalized, and that's why we've worked with AuSable Bayfield with the certain grass mixture that they recommend for that overflow channel. But no, I still see the need for a subsurface pipe to convey the water that would be from that detention pond, and then an emergency overflow channel, along with we still need to address the existing erosion issues in the ravine. And I believe that that's the hard part of this project right now, is the amount of erosion that's in that existing ravine. We've presented the option that we believe best services that.
Okay, with all due respect to sir, we'll have opportunities if you have some more questions, but we'll keep going through the list at this time.
Thank you, Worship. I understand. Thank you.
Appreciate thank you. Again, I'll turn to the clerk and she'll go through the list.
Sure. My next registered speaker is Tom Richardson, here representing Lorelei Matheson, and I understand that Morgan Matheson, Lorelei's daughter, is also here. You can go ahead, Mr. Richardson.
Good evening, your worship and members of council. My name is Tom Richardson. I'm a senior counsel with the law firm of Sullivan Manny LLP, located at 40 Queen Street in St. Catharines, Ontario. I appear this evening on behalf of Ms. Lorelei Matheson, the owner of property located at 75157 Lakewood Drive, Bayfield. Ms. Matheson is present in the council chamber, and as the clerk just indicated, her daughter is on virtually from Montreal. We appear before you to oppose the approval of the engineer's report presented to you tonight with respect to the Gannock Drain Improvement 2026. Our reasons, which I will amplify on shortly, are these. The proposal which is before you fails to conform in many respects with the provisions of your official plan. It is not based on extensive or any environmental impact studies. It also does not pursue any options which might address ecological or environmental factors. And finally, it does not meet the test that the cost merits the benefits to be achieved. You will have received from Ms. Matheson an email message dated July the 29th, 2026 at 2:44 PM. Briefly, briefly setting out her concerns. Our purpose here this evening is to amplify those concerns. Now, you have before you an engineer's report proposing to construct an extension of an existing drain at an estimated cost, as you've heard, of $1,155,000. The report indicates that the assessment to Ms. Matheson is $165,870, or 14.4% of the total project. That figure is to be reduced by $17 for allowance for land taken and damages. So it comes down to $148,870 of the total cost of this project. That is 13% of the project. This is on a property which has not demanded any change or improvement, requiring drainage improvements or, in fact, erosion improvements. Now, I'd like to give our context of the application. The context in which we make these submissions is as follows. In her email message to you dated July 29, Ms. Matheson advised you that, and this is a quote, "This ravine area of my property has been identified by the AuSable Bayfield Conservation Authority as an environmentally significant area. It has been identified as, quotes, valuable as a result of its size, the presence of wetland communities, and its erosion control capabilities. It represents one of the largest and best examples of vegetated shoreland in the area," end quotes. This same letter goes on to say, and again I read from the letter, "The authority supports the retention of these natural heritage features and discourages alterations which do not serve to enhance, protect, or sustain their features and the function of the system. Please be aware that any development or site alteration within this area may require an environmental impact assessment, EIS. This EIS would need to demonstrate that there will be no negative impacts on the natural feature and the ecological functions it sustains." Mr. Mayor and members of council, I take that from a letter from the Conservation Authority dated January the 12th, 2007, provided to my client at the time of the purchase of the property. Now, our understanding is that the proposed extension of the Genuc drain on private lands of my client and her neighbors is summarized in the engineer's report. You've heard the description tonight, so I won't read what's in the report, except to say this. It calls for a complete scouring of this ravine, of all vegetation. It also requires removal of vegetation to a depth of 3 meters at the top of bank on both sides in order to allow access. Now, the engineer this evening assures us it won't be all vegetation, but it has to be sufficient vegetation on the top of the bank on each side to allow for the equipment, including concrete trucks, to construct the drain as described to you this evening. But within the drain, the only way to achieve the design as shown to you in this report is to scour the complete ravine. Now, I've provided, I think, a PowerPoint presentation. I'd like to ask if the clerk can call that up.
We have it up.
Oh, good. Thank you. I can't see it here. Ms. Matheson, in her email to you on July the 29th, included 3 video clips showing the nature of her property and the extent of the trees that will be lost if this project proceeds. I'd like to show those to you now, if you can. Madam Clerk, thank you.
All 3 videos have been played.
Thank you. If we can pause there. Mr. Mayor and members of council, as you can see, the Matheson property and the area proposed to be used for the drain extension is heavily wooded. As noted in Ms. Matheson's email, we have provided to you the comment from the Conservation Authority about its preservation. Now, in the engineer's report at section 5.1, there's a section entitled Osebo Bayfield Conservation Authority, which reads as follows, and I quote, "The ABCA has been notified of the project. All work is to be done in accordance with the terms of the ABCA permit and mitigation practices as described in this report." End of quote. I want to point out that there's no evidence that the Conservation Authority has offered its views as we're stating them to you from a letter from 2007. The statement in the engineer's report says, well, we'll fulfill the requirements of the Conservation Authority, whatever they might be. Now, I don't know what those requirements will be. We haven't been told. We don't know what the costs of us addressing the Conservation Authority's requirements. My experience has been the report of the Conservation Authority would be included in the engineer's report. We don't have one here. Now, the advice of Ms. Matheson that the Conservation Authority considers this ravine to be an environmentally significant area took me to this municipality's official plan. The slides that I'm going to ask the clerk to call up in just a moment are taken from the current official plan, and on each of them, I've circled my client's locations. Now, I want to say this, that my review of the official plan of the municipality of Bluewater took place early last week when all I could access was the official plan. I was aware that you were involved with a new official plan, and since my review has taken place, I have discovered now, posted online, the new official plan. I'm going to take you through the official plan that was in place at the time the engineer's report was commenced and undertaken, and I'll make some comments in passing with respect to your new official plan. So if I could ask the clerk, there we go. This slide shows the land use plan for your official plan. I've circled lot 5 where my client's lands are located. They are designated as Lakeshore Residential, and I underline natural environment. Looking today at your new official plan, and now approved by the county as well, the natural area is larger than what is shown on your now old official plan. The next slide is Appendix 2 to your former official plan, showing that the property is subject to significant woodlands. Your new official plan enlarges significantly the significant woodland area. It's larger than shown on this plan. The next slide is Appendix 6, entitled Watershed Boundaries and Aquatic Habitat Features, which shows a stream on the property which is classified as, quote, cold/cool water with trout/salmon present, end of quotes. On your new official plan, it simply shows now the creek with a branch to it. So there's 2 branches to it now rather than the one shown here. The next slide I call forward as Appendix 9 to your official plan, which is entitled Source Water Protection Area. It shows that my client's property is a significant groundwater recharge area. That designation on your new official plan is even larger. Now, our examination of the land use plan and the appendices clearly shows that the subject lands fall within what is called in the official plan, quotes, natural environment, end of quotes. Your official plan has stringent policies with respect to the protection of the natural environment, And I can say to you that my Google search today produced the following statement with respect to your new official plan. Quotes, forestry practices, this is section 5.4.6 of your new plan, forestry practices that respect ecological functions are encouraged. Selective cutting will be regulated by the county forest conservation bylaw. Clearing of natural environment areas is not permitted. Drainage of natural environment areas is discouraged, and where permitted under the Drainage Act, will respect ecological functions and features. That's in the new official plan. Now, slide 10, which the clerk has called up, contains policy 5.4.5 of your old official plan entitled Protection of Natural Environment Features. Now, on the first page or on the left and at the top, it lists natural features. That list is no longer contained in section 5.4.5. It's earlier on in the new official plan in 5.1. It retains all the list of all of the natural features that are listed there. I can say to you that of that list of features, the following had been identified by your official plan as affecting my client's property and that of her neighbors, and consequently the proposed extension of the Genic drain. Wetlands, woodlands, rivers, streams and fish habitat, valley lands and gullies, groundwater, wildlife habitat, and the lake shore and lake bank, as well as habitat for threatened and endangered species. Now, to continue to read section 5.4.5 found on the page to the right, this policy has been continued in your new official plan, same section number, and it reads as follows. Natural environment areas are intended to remain in their natural state. No development or site alteration will be allowed in these natural areas except for a residence where permitted in section 5.4.7. While it is the intent of the plan to protect natural areas and prohibit development, applications for a change of use may arise from time to time. In the evaluation of these applications, the natural environment will be given priority. No change of use will be permitted in natural environment areas unless extensive environmental studies are completed, which demonstrate that no negative impacts will result on the natural features or ecological functions of the area. End of quotes. Now, I can find no indication in the engineer's report of, quotes, extensive environmental studies, end of quotes, having been carried out before the preparation of the engineering report before you today. Now, section 5.2, the engineer's report is entitled Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks states, this is what the report states, a review of the Natural Heritage Information Center mapping tool for species at risk in Ontario, SARO, under the Endangered Species Act, ESA, was conducted by Burnside. As a result of this review, the following species at risk, SAR bats, may be present within the ravine, end of quotes. The report then identifies 3 species of bats. Section 5.2 then states, quotes, it is recommended that an ecologist walk the subject site prior to any tree clearing activities take place to confirm the presence of SAR. If present, it is recommended that the tree clearing take place outside of the core bird breeding window from April the 1st to August the 31st to best ensure the works do not contravene the Migratory Bird Convention Act, end of quotes. Now, I have to say the report does not say how addressing the Migratory Bird Convention Act assists with the species of bats. But my point is this. This in no way represents what your official plan requires, which is extensive environmental studies, end of quotation marks, as called for in section 5.4.5 of both your official plan at the time the study or the report was prepared and is in place today. No regard in my respectful submission has been given to the designation of significant woodland. It does not address impact on the significant woodlands, on the significant wildlife habitat, or on the aquatic habitat features. It does nothing to address source water protection areas. The report, Mr. Mayor and members of council, and the bylaw which is proposed in the report and is proposed by the engineer to be given 2 readings tonight, does not comply with your official plan. Now, I want to repeat that the engineer's report gives no evidence of extensive environmental studies or indeed any environmental studies other than the review of the map referenced just a moment ago. Your official plan calls for extensive environmental studies to demonstrate that no negative impacts will result on the natural features or the ecological functions of the area. In short, the engineering report before you proposes a development which does not conform in any way with your official plan. Now, Mr. Mayor and members of council, as you will be aware, the Planning Act, subsection 24(1), reads as follows, and I'm reading now. Despite any other general or special act where an official plan is in effect, no public work shall be undertaken, and except as provided in subsections 2 and 4, no bylaw shall be passed for any purpose that does not conform therewith. End of quotes. It is our respectful submission that no consideration whatsoever has been given by your engineers to your official plan, which clearly indicates that there are environmental issues on the subject lands which must be addressed. I've read to you section 5.4.5 and the requirements of your official plan. I read to you provisions taken from the letter quoted by Ms. Matheson in her email to you dated April 15th of this year. Now, I'd like to divert myself just for a moment. Publication 852 of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs is entitled A Guide for Engineers Working Under the Drainage Act of Ontario. Section 5 addresses when a preliminary report is necessary for a project under Section 78 of the Drainage Act. Section 5.1 of the guide addresses the need for a preliminary report as follows. When an environmental appraisal is requested, the preliminary report must be implemented. Now, 5.4 of the guideline says, as I've just read, if an environmental appraisal is requested, there must be a preliminary report. It then goes on to say that the 4 parties that may request an environmental appraisal are the municipality undertaking the project, any other municipality involved in the project, a conservation authority, and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Given the provisions of Section 24 of the Planning Act, which imposes obligations on the municipality not to pass a bylaw that does not conform with the official plan, my respectful submission is this should have been addressed at the very outset of this project. And without having done so, then my respectful submission again, the council must reject this report and send the engineer back to do the proper or have the proper studies done. My second reason for requesting that you reject this report follows my friend's submissions just a moment ago. Consideration of alternatives. This time talking about alternatives that would address the ecological issues I've just addressed at length. By email dated April the 15th of this year from Ms. Matheson addressed to Mr. Nance Cavill, who is the engineer she was dealing with at the time, Mr. DeLay and Mr. Thompson, whom we've heard from tonight, Ms. Matheson posed the following questions. Quotes, I would also like to know if this current proposal, which is a very concrete solution using both a pipe and a cable mat along the entire ravine, is consistent with the environmental nature of the ravine outlet. Were any bioengineered alternatives considered instead of hard gray infrastructure solutions? Were there any options to extend the drain without major works other than to fix the single erosive area on Dr. Fellow's slope, which was identified as the problem? End of quotes. By email in response, dated April the 29th, Mr. Nanskiville replied as follows, quotes, "We have reconsidered the cable concrete erosion protection for the overland flows, and we are now recommending hydroseeding, a native grass mixture that was recommended by the Conservation Authority and further supported by RGB environmental staff. The proposed design of the outlet structure remains a hard structure." End of quotes. There was no response to Ms. Matheson's questions as to whether alternatives had been considered. My reading of the engineer's report does not indicate that the engineers have in fact considered any other alternatives other than the present one, insofar as it calls for the stripping of the entire stream valley through the lands of my client and her neighbors of all vegetation. From our review then, both of the report and the communications of Ms. Matheson and the engineers, it appears that no alternatives with respect to addressing ecological concerns was ever considered. Now, according to the ministry publication, I was quoting from a preliminary report could also consider options as well as the ecological studies that are required. Now, my last point, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry to have taken quite so long, is cost versus benefit. As Ms. Matheson points out in her email, the balance of benefit to cost does not seem to have been considered. I've already noted that Ms. Matheson is to be assessed for 13% of the total cost of the construction of this project. It's a much larger percentage of applied to only the property owners. As she said to you in her email submission, she has no drainage problems on her property and little in the way of erosion. She is to be saddled with 13% of the extraordinary cost of the single solution proposed. To express the ratio differently, the Matheson property represents 1.4% of the total area of the drain, yet it is paying 13% of the cost of the proposed solution. In the submissions which Ms. Matheson has made to your engineers over the last 2 years, she pointed out that her property does not have drainage issues. When she inquired how she would be benefiting from the drainage where the proposed drain was going to be a closed system, the last draft of the engineer's plan, which came back just before submission to the council, came back with an alteration in the drain or pipe, that is the enclosed pipe, with 2 openings in the vicinity of her land. There's no increase in size of the pipe itself to accommodate flow from her property. It simply seems to be an attempt to address the complaint that Ms. Matheson's property benefited not at all from this drain, so there have been 2 inlets provided instead. Now, Mr. Mayor and members of council, as I move towards my conclusion, I'd like to say this. The recommendation of the engineer's report for my client's lands is a balance between benefit assessment and outlet liability. 48% and 56%. Outlet liability 48% and outlet liability 46%. Contained in Appendix D to the engineer's report is the Grit Engineering Geotechnical Investigation Report. In Section 7 of the GRIT report, the author says this: "It is expected that the rate of erosion has accelerated as a result of the increased runoff associated with changing land use in the watershed." End of quotes. We ask, why are the works to make this correction not assessed 100% to the lands that are causing the erosion? Now, as I noted by Ms. Matheson, was noted by Ms. Matheson in her submission, and as I commented earlier, the engineer's report proposes to strip all of the vegetation on both banks of the stream within the gully, as well as trees on the shoreline of the lake. thereby in our submission to you, increasing the danger of erosion both in the stream and on the lakefront. There will be a terrible additional harm imposed on my client's property if this proposal proceeds. The financial costs and the physical harm to this project to my client's land far outweigh any benefits which her property is receiving from the drain. So our request, Mr. Mayor and members of council, on behalf of Ms. Matheson, it is our respectful request this council reject the engineer's report, which is before you, for the following reasons. One, it fails to conform with the provisions of your official plan, as it is not based on extensive or any environmental impact studies. Number two, it did not address possible options to which would in turn address ecological issues. And number three, it does not meet the test that the cost merits the benefits to be achieved. The benefits should be to the landowners, and this is not achieved, certainly not to my client. Thank you. I apologize again for being so long-winded, but we feel it's important that you hear this. Thank you.
Thank you, and no apologies needed. This is why we put this special meeting on, and appreciate your time and I will now turn do you have any comments at this time on ABCA and anything else, trees or whatever?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we appreciate your comments, Mr. Mahoney, for sure. The struggle, I guess, we're working with some conservation authorities is they will not issue permits or such until after we've had third reading. I literally yesterday or 2 days ago, maybe it is now, we received that letter from ABCA supporting the project and the solution as is. I don't have it in front of me, but there was a response issued to Mrs. Matheson regarding that natural heritage area from ABCA, commenting on that is out of their jurisdiction now, I believe. But we do have the full blown support from ABCA. As far as stripping everything and it being bare bones, that is absolutely not the case. Everything will be revegetated using the mixture as recommended by the AuSable Bayfield Conservation Authority. The removal of trees, as can be seen, it's only the ones that were shown or displayed in the PowerPoint that I presented earlier. We're not going to be taking out any root structures on the side of banks, so because we obviously understand that would cause further erosion. But yeah, I can comment that we've had our own internal ecologist walk the site, and we've presented the couple species at risk bat features. We've introduced, if they are present at time of construction, that there is a window to avoid impact to those species. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, so through you, your worship, yeah, the proposed solution is not a hardscape solution. It is aside from the outlet structure, which we have designed to have that armor stone finish to help try to preserve as much natural look to it as possible. The pipe solution is what's needed today to convey the existing Gannock drain extension to a sufficient outlet. And again, this grassed overflow channel will have a very natural look to it when it is all said and done.
Okay, any comments back, sir? And I keep them short, like we will have opportunities, but I will go that route right now.
Thank you. If I could ask just one, and perhaps request Mr. Thompson to call up from his PowerPoint presentation, the page saying typical installation. Don't have a page number here that I can see.
Do you understand the question, Mr. Thompson? It was directed to you, Chris.
So through you, your mayor, I
There we go.
believe that, yeah, this is the slide that he's looking for. I don't think
Now,
the question's been
Mr.
asked yet.
Thompson, here's my understanding. You tell me if I'm correct or incorrect, that this typical installation reflects the gully from the top of bank on either side. So where it says existing ground on the left, that's true on the right as well. And that would be the top of the existing gully. Is that correct?
Through you, your worship, correct. However, the drawing does denote not to scale.
Does that installation run from the Elsley Drive through to the concrete dissipation features you're proposing at the beach? Is that the installation that will reflect most of the length of this drain?
Through you, your worship, yes, correct. This is the typical installation from the outlet structure to the west side of Elmsley Drive.
So that will require, I put to you, the removal of all vegetation within the gully up to the top of bank.
Through you, your worship, no, it will not require all the vegetation removal up to the top of bank. There will be removal of obstructions within the drain right of way in order to actually construct this drain. But we are merely placing the bedding material. We then place the pipe. We put the bedding material over top the pipe. We backfill with approved clay material. And then we grade that overflow channel and we do a 3 meter bottom width. We ensure it's 0.5 meters deep. We go out at 3:1, and wherever we meet the existing ground, that is where we stop. So we do not go and just disturb everything in the bottom of the ravine. We only disturb the area that's required. And again, we've presented that hydroseed mix, and we also require a minimum of 80% germination from the contractor to ensure that it's truly going to catch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to ask those questions.
Thank you. We will now move, turn to the clerk.
Our next registered speaker is Rebecca Walker.
Thank you for the opportunity. After listening to all the comments and listening to the presentation, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I do have one registrant who is in attendance at the gallery, Robert Kerr. Robert, I'll just have you turn your mic on. There should be a button at the base there.
There we go. Okay, thanks. Good evening, everybody. Robert Kerr, I'm property owner at 75131 Lakewood Drive, one of the affected properties. We're listed as a beneficiary. I'm also the president of the Lakewood Beach Homeowners Association, which encompasses a number of the affected properties, and Lakewood Beach is also listed as a beneficiary in the report. I have three pretty straightforward questions. I think they're pretty straightforward. First off, and I guess these are probably primarily directed to Mr. Thompson. Just wondering about cost control on the project, and how is that maintained? Like, how do we know that we're within some reasonable parameters of the estimate, and that we don't end up in a significantly greater tab at the end of all of this? So that's my first question. Second is road access during the replacement of the during the catch basin replacement and the removal and installation of the pipes under Elmsley Drive. That certainly relates to almost all of the properties on Elmsley Drive, further south, and all of the properties on Lakewood Drive as well. And there are year-round residents, particularly on Lakewood Drive, both myself and one of our other neighbors. So just wondering how that's gonna work. I'm imagining that's part of that allowance onto the organic lands, but just how would road access be maintained? And I think the last question I have might be directed towards council itself. And I'm curious how the handling of an infrastructure problem like this, or infrastructure projects such as this, which I believe it is, how a somewhat similar infrastructure project would be handled within the town. Like say, let's take Bayfield, for example. Say, just hypothetically, a storm drain on Howard Street in Bayfield was malfunctioning, needed repair, was in need of replacement. Properties maybe at the sort of lakefront edge were being flooded during storms or spring melt, what have you. If that were to happen, if that storm drain needed significant replacement repairs, how are the costs assessed? Is it a similar approach as to what we see here? Are the properties along Howard Street the sort of primary, bear the primary cost of that? Or is there a different formula that spreads that throughout the municipality, through the taxpayers? I can imagine there would be some contribution, but I mean, it's an open question. I'm just wondering how that works in a town situation versus a more rural situation where we are.
Your questions?
Yes, thank you.
We'll deal with the first ones and then you can have a chance to ask a supplementary.
Okay.
And then on the last one, I'm not ignoring you, but I'm just asking maybe for some help on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So through you, Mayor, to Mr. Kerr, as far as cost control for the project goes, there is a provision under the Drainage Act where if the engineer's estimate or the tender results come in 133% of the engineer's estimate, it then goes back to the owners for a decision whether we retender or how to proceed or go ahead with the larger estimate. The second point regarding road access, we have accounted for the potential of that dashed orange area on the Gannock property to potentially act as a bypass, as well as the contractor will be responsible for getting all road permits and such. There will be a pre-construction meeting held prior to any sort of construction so that the residents in that area will have a good understanding of what's going on. Thank you.
George, you're putting your hand up. I will. Are you speaking tonight? No. Okay, well, you will be having an opportunity to come up and ask questions. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Your third question, are you satisfied with those answers, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. With regards to your question, good question. And, but our manager of Public Works isn't here this evening. And we want to make sure we give the right answer. So it's been noted and we will get that answer as fast as we can. Maybe not tonight, but we will get that answer. Okay. As you gave an example of Howard Street, I believe. Okay. And it's been duly noted and we will get back to you with because we want to make sure we have the right answers. Okay. I've got an idea, but no, this is taken very seriously and we want to get the correct answer, not an assumption. Okay.
How will that response be circulated?
I will turn to the clerk to make sure we get it right.
Thank you. I believe that we have your email. If not, if you wanted to reach out and provide it to me.
The engineer has mine.
Right, of course. Yes, so it'll be by email.
Thank you very much.
And it'll be fairly timely. I sense if we had that department head here tonight, I think he probably could give us the answer shouldn't take long. I put it that way. Maybe, hopefully, maybe by tomorrow. If not, the next day, we should be able to have an answer on that process.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn to clerk again, keep moving the meeting.
Was there anyone else in the gallery who wanted to ask any questions this evening of the report?
Please, no, please come to the mic. It's all, has to be, everyone has to hear on Zoom too. Please introduce yourself, your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is George Geno. I own the lot number 5. And I have a question regarding the inlet at the catch basin on our field. Why is it necessary to take that away? It works good. With the 2 pipes in the bottom. That's a question. The other question is, you mentioned the retention pond. Is there a possibility that you can put small retention ponds on the other side where there is already the ravine? And then let the water slowly go down? Instead of like with a pipe, my understanding is you have a pipe going all the way down to the beach, right? Well, that's gonna come down with a big speed. And then you have to slow it down. That's a big thing to do. That's my question. Thank you.
So through your worship to Mr. Gannock, where the there's currently 2 catch basins in your field right now?
Yeah.
Right? We are proposing to remove one and place an oversized structure. So the existing Gannock drain comes in. Every tile that's in that area will be connected to that oversized structure. So we're not necessarily we're removing one structure and we're replacing it with a larger. So there still will be a catch basin on your property.
Is the 2 pipes intact underneath the road? Or is they gonna be gone too?
So through you, your worship, we will be removing the 2 pipes through the road and replacing it with one larger pipe.
Just questioning if it's necessary to save some costs. That's all I'm. Because you already have a little pond there on the other side, right?
And then to answer the second question, it potentially could be investigated on the other side. I can't comment for sure if it'd be exact feasibility. We elected for the approach to just use the natural topography on the upstream lands, and I guess that's how I'll comment on that.
Okay, and in fairness, the people in Zoom did not hear the question. I believe, and correct me, Mr. Gannock, if I'm wrong. He wondered why you couldn't leave the road where it is and the 2, and I remember seeing these in your drawings. Leave those 2 in there, leave the road as is, and there's a little, as he's called, some kind of pond on the other side, rather than digging that up as another expense here. Please come to the mic up and stand beside him so we hear. I would appreciate it.
So as far as those 2 pipes, we don't believe that they were of adequate depth as well. So that is part of why we're removing them. I'm looking at the profile and we are a bit deeper than where the existing ones are.
Okay, Mr. Gannock, heard the answer, and the public, am I hearing this right? You're saying you don't believe the height is right, so you want to change the whole process here, where how deep the drain is. Is that right?
Just the drains through the road. There's also some utilities in that facility, so that's with the size of pipe that we deemed required, that 750 through the road. it was quite a bit of finagling with utilities to actually be able to find a location and elevation that fit without going through a whole rehaul of moving a bunch of gas and water that's in the area.
Yes, go ahead, Counselor, ask a question.
Mr. Mayor, to you, following on Mr. Guino's question, are those existing ones failing?
So through you, your worship, no, as is the existing ones are draining the lands upstream.
So that's a pretty valid question then. Why would you spend the money to replace them if they're not failing? I'm just hearing what he's saying.
We through your mayor, we did see a little bit of, I guess, erosion on the existing CSP pipes. We've upsized it to accommodate for the upstream lands too, so they're getting a better outlet through the road as well. And again, from where that overflow channel is going to meet the back of the ditch inlet catch basin on the west side of Elmsley Drive, it made sense to drop the existing pipe elevations.
Okay. Go ahead. Other public people.
Was there anyone else in the gallery who had a question this evening on the design of the drain? Seeing none.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back to council. You've heard a lot of discussion, a lot of comments. Is there any details or questions that you have with regards to this tonight? And you can, we do have Andy here, our drainage super. If you have any questions directed to him also. Councilors?
Council on the next steps.
Okay, well, I have a couple of questions if.
Sure. Just something to keep in mind, there are two options in the report. The first being that the report for the Gannock drain improvement be referred back to the engineer, and the engineer would be seeking specific direction on what those what it was that council was looking for to be reconsidered. And the second option is that council adopt the report for the Gannock drain improvement dated July 2026 as prepared by RJ Burnside and Associates, and that the provisional bylaw be given first and second reading and schedule the court of revision. So that's the next steps for council.
Thank you, and needed that reminder to myself. One of the notes that I picked up on it was discussed by a number of people. My ears perked up a little bit when we talked about how many trees we're having to clear. And on first glance, I must say, I get it. I have ravines that I work around too. But at the same time, there was a comment made about why don't we try to do the minimum? We put a solid pipe, which you're talking about, down through the ravine, and then make an outlet that takes I'm using the word here, stops the flow out there. You have a way to take out the energy of the water, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Now was that looked at in a you made comment about that, but I also can appreciate that'd be cost trying to get people to work down in and around ravines. But I just don't know if I have a question, but I do buy a little bit of this argument when you say we're going to take out all these trees. And if you go back to the picture that was sent there, how it's going to look, you said that's not to scale. But did I hear right that it will be worked up to the top of bank, wherever the top of bank is in this ravine, for how many meters?
So through your worship, it will be, so first and foremost, I guess, regarding the trees in the area, we will only be clearing the trees that are required to be cleared for the footprint of the drain. So we're looking at, I believe for the right of way allowance, it was a 10-meter swath was provided. And if we're able to perform the work in a smaller footprint, we will. So all the trees within that working right of way and that typical installation that you saw, those will be removed, as well as any ones that are at threat of falling and causing due harm to the ravine. But we will not be going in there and just every single tree that we see clearing, first and foremost. And secondly, we will not be working up to the top of the bank on the ravine in every instance. It's merely we're filling up the lands, and that's where that outlet structure is sitting. We're tying back into, if the ravine is kind of a shape like this, and I apologize to the audience in attendance or not in attendance, we're filling it up to about, say, here, and then we tie back in. So our top of banks could be way up here, they could be here. I don't believe in many cases we're fully up to the full top of bank, but in some we might be.
Okay, so picturing that, it's gonna look like a city, it's gonna be pretty cold looking to the point what I've heard people talk about. There'll be nothing really growing in that section for a long time. And if it's anything, it'll be pretty small stuff, correct?
So through your mayor, no, the reason why we spec'd hydro seeding instead of just typical seeding and the specific mixture from the Asaba Bayfield Conservation Authority, and I apologize for not having a picture here today to display that, is it really does germinate quickly, as well as it provides a natural look when it's finished, like there'd be flowers and such through it. So it's not like we're going in and it'll be concrete. And that's end all be all. And I can also appreciate the concerns from the owners, where they do have some nice mature trees. I prefer to save as many trees as I can when applicable. But that hydro seed mixture will germinate quickly and will establish vegetation, and there are some flowers and such that will come through.
But to be fair, if I remember the picture and you could bring it back up, it's on the bottom part. You're talking a 30-meter kind of average width, so that's a fairly substantial width. Will this grass be up the sides too? Or sorry, 10 meters, so it's 30 feet. Sorry.
Yeah, so through your mayor, it's that 10 meter width that is where that drain is, and we obviously we can't grow trees on top of
No.
where the drain is. So
But I did hear it right. There's about a 30-meter average that you're building up on this slope idea. And then there's 10 meters of,
10 meters.
it's 10 meters totally?
Yeah.
And there's no, what's the top of slope to the other top of slope? Your V, right? The W,
Yeah,
what do you want to call it?
Of that V, we can, let's see my picture here. It'd be about 6 meters, Mayor.
Okay, but I did hear that you said it's gonna go to the top of the bank, but you're pointing out it's not necessarily going to the top of the bank all the way along.
Yeah, it's more or less wherever we're tying in. Like this ravine's, it's not like it's a consistent cross section throughout.
Well, yeah, I can appreciate that. And you said the trees, you're gonna leave as many trees, but you don't know. Okay, with regards to the end where you're gonna have the outlet, you're gonna put up a bunch of riprap and everything. You said it's probably got a 50-year limit to, or should stay 50 years. Knowing how that lake attacks a lot of things, you've taken into account the force of Lake Huron, and what happens if something happens in the first 2 or 3 years? Then how does this guarantee work?
So through you, your mayor, we have inset the structure outside of, obviously we can account when there's going to be severe events, there is potential for the lake to come through, but we've inset the structure into the mouth of the ravine to provide some protection. We've also worked with Magnum Stone, which is a structural engineering company that provides these products. And they're taking into account, or they've taken into account with our support, these calculations in regarding such. So what you'll see is when we go to tender this project is we've given the elevations and such that is required and what is needed to service the design. And then Magnum Stone will be providing stamp drawings to speak to that, taking into account this. And they said anywhere from 50 to 75-year service life can be expected for this proposed design.
Okay, I have two more if council allows. And I guess they deal with ABCA, and I guess the other one is the environmental. I've touched on the tree issue there. There's been comments that they think they're going to lose a lot of trees in the community. But you referred to issue, did I hear bats as something? And birds? And you're going to work around that, but if there's a number of trees taken down, then I guess they are going to be affected. I'm just interested in that comment. And then there was the issue of the fish habitat. Did I hear that they were looking and said there was some fish in that ravine? Or did you look into that and tell me what you know?
So through your mayor, yeah, our ecologists recommend that any tree clearing which could impact species at risk bats to be done outside of the core bird breeding window. And that's what we recommended from, I believe, April 1st to August 31st. They've deemed that from an ecologist standpoint, that's a common practice, and that's what's been deemed acceptable on how to deal with any of these species. It's also, the report speaks to these species may be present. Like, this is not a dead set, they are present. I believe the term may was even bolded in the report, just to highlight that. So my recommendations was pre-construction, we'd come out with a Burnside ecologist and we would look, and barring none in the construction windows, we would then proceed with the necessary tree removal.
And the fish, there's comment about a fish. I have something about ABCA, but I just finish up.
As far as the fish, your worship, we have not had concerns related to any fish species in that area.
That were in there, because am I looking at the drawing the way I see it, there won't be any more creek there at all to speak of, right?
Correct. It's also, this ravine is, serviced from upstream agricultural lands, it's not a natural water course upstream.
Okay, no, good to know. Now, ABCA, did I hear you right that they've sent a letter that they're total in agreement with what you're proposing?
So through your worship, we have obtained a letter of support from ABCA and from various meetings, which Mr. Custer has been involved in. They've commented and spoke to their willingness to issue a permit based on what has been proposed today, following the third reading of the bylaw, because then from their standpoint, that is exactly what is going to be constructed.
Okay, I find that a little interesting from experiences with ABCA and others, but that's what you say. That's what you say. Okay. Your council, have you any more questions to anyone? Does anyone in the gallery have any thoughts or further comments before we move? Please come forward, ma'am, and state your name for the record. And
thank you. I'm Laura Lee Matheson, and I'm a cottage owner of 75157. And my lawyer spoke already about the damaging effects that this proposal would have on my property. My understanding is that in order to have an extensive environmental assessment, it requires someone with an ecology or biology background to come out on over three separate months of the year in order to assess all of the species and wildlife. So that would be spring, summer, fall, having someone assess the property at those particular times in order to have a comprehensive view of what is going on in the area at the time. Other than trees, there's also all kinds of other species of greenery, moss, which is endangered. That is all on the front of my property. Ferns, trilliums, other kinds of vegetation that will also be at risk with cutting the trees. Nowhere in the GRT report does it say that they are going to be able to make attention to just specific saving specific trees. In the report, it says that within 3 meters of the bank, they are going to be clear cutting and scrubbing the situation. Now, I understand that the engineers will have some say. However, what I don't want to have happen is that sometime when the engineer's not there or when I'm not there, that I come and the whole front of my bank has also been clear cut, because that is also part of what is involved, not just the gully, but it wraps around to the front of my property, which is lakefront. And that is what the trees right there along that bank protect from wind and rain. Storms come right off the lake. That's providing protection for my property. If that area is messed with too much, then the whole front of my property is going to slide down from lakefront erosion. The other thing with hydro seeding is it takes a number of years for that to get established, even though it is quick growing. Things like clover or certain grasses are not going to provide the same root density that these mature trees all over this property and down in the gully are going to provide. So although they are providing a greener option for their clear cutting and getting equipment in and out of the gully, which will be extensive, and wrapping around the front, which is lakefront, it will place my property in irreparable harm for what will happen in the meantime for that greenery that they are supplying the mulch and clover and grasses to get established. In the meantime, when that's trying to grow, there could be irreparable harm to my entire property. So thank you. I just wanted to make a comment about, in order for an extensive report to be done, and ASABL has not done an extensive report because it would have been included in the engineer's report. It needs to span over at least a 3-month period of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comment or not? Okay, anyone else in Zoom? Nobody at this time? All right, I'll turn again to Chandra to remind us what we need to do here.
Thank you. Again, just looking for direction to refer back to the engineer or direction to give the bylaw for second reading and schedule the court of revision.
Okay, council, it's our turn. Go ahead, sir.
So as you can tell, I've done a lot of listening, and there's some common themes, which has been cost, and I appreciate that. And there's been some different ideas that have been approached as well too. The engineering firm, I think, has done a very good job with what they've got so far. And I say so far, because what I would like to see is people are concerned about the cost. And maybe now that they've heard that, there might be some other ways that they can look at reducing some of that cost. So I'd like to send this back for them to look at different ways of doing things to be able to reduce costs. That doesn't mean it's a total redesign. That just means, is there other ways of doing things? Maybe the aesthetics might not be as pleasing, and then there's that trade-off. Okay, less cost, not as a pleasing aesthetics, or more pleasing aesthetics and cost, and then we can look at something like that. So I'm making the motion that this goes back to the engineer.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, just through your worship, before we get a seconder on that, Chris, is that clear enough direction in terms of my resolution? Just looking at different ways to reduce costs. Are there any specific alternatives? Is there some clarity that you'd be seeking just to make sure that we send it back? Because, and I'll let you speak to this as well, my understanding is it is additionally incurring more engineering costs by looking into it.
So through your worship to the clerk, throughout this process, to how we got to where we were. It started with, a 900 millimeter pipe instead of 750. It started with a 900 through the road instead of a 600. It started with, instead of the grass to overflow, it was a cable concrete solution, which then has grasses grow through, but potentially is a better long-term solution regarding erosion. And so we've extensively looked at reducing the cost to what we've got proposed here. I'd have to think you're like, yes, if it goes back, we'd have to be a little bit to the drawing board on redesigning the solution at hand. I still believe that at the base of and the mouth of the ravine, we have to bring in a large quantity of fill because of the shape that Mr. Fellow's property is at, to build up that toe of slope and then tie it back in. That outlet structure obviously is a large cost to the project. So I would deem that that's something that would need to continue. And then we'd still be looking at how do we traverse and extend the existing Gannock drain down through to that outlet structure. Is there potential for a detention pond downstream of the road? I can't comment on that today. It potentially could be investigated, although I won't give a clear-cut answer on if that is going to be the permanent best solution. I will consider that I do not believe that diversion option is viable. You're basically it'd be harder to get it to the north and across to convey the flows that we would need to convey, and then we'd be doing something similar in the ravine as is. So, thank you.
Okay, do you have a comment further?
I guess it's a question that may go along with that as well too, is that, so if we did nothing, what's the end result?
Through you, your worship, doing nothing, you do not address the issue at hand on Mr. Fraser's property.
So it's the one property that is getting impacted, correct?
I was, through your worship, I'd consider there's multiple properties in that ravine, as could be seen in those existing conditions. Those were shots moving along up the ravine with those different areas of trees falling over.
Okay.
Okay, seeing none, but I'm going to follow up on that just for discussion. I've been toying around with this. I hear the original one that signed this that had an issue. I buy the argument that it's going to cost a lot at the front to fix that. I'm going to take your word at it. I think even the original person that signed this, their representative, even talked to that earlier. They were questioning though about the aggressive, what we're doing here is pretty aggressive. Is the idea was floated, you just work around and get the pipe solid to that point, and you leave as many trees, you just move trees and stuff to get your equipment in, to get the pipe hooked to those two ends and run them solid, because I think we both could agree that the issue of why erosion on the sides is because the water is a free flowing situation. I respect that you looked at that and went this route, but when I hear people talk, and I echo that they'd rather just leave leave that ravine as natural as possible and live with what falls. But clearly if that pipe unfortunately would have been just put to the end, we probably wouldn't have the situation that we have now. But that's easy for me to say. So I really wonder, sending it back and giving a good look at how could you get those pipes to the end. No one's talking about leaving the end natural, because as you pointed out, and I think even the owners realize their property, and if that might be a little cost saving, I don't know, but it would probably look at the idea that you're not moving as many trees and disturbing it the way one has to do with this. But the people in that area then would have to realize, and you've been pointed out, that you're still gonna have erosion issues and this might help you. So that's my thoughts on it, council, but that's just my view on it. So where we want to go here, as again, we either pass this as it is or ask them to go back. And I guess my idea would be look at this one more time about just doing the minimum to get the pipes in the ground to the end. And yeah, there's a lot of work there that you got to do.
Thank you. Looking at the environmental and ecology, I cannot say that word, studies. Did you look at the species of plants? Because she mentioned trilliums, and there's a Trillium Protection Act, so make sure plant species are also taken into account.
So through you, your worship, we have been in contact with Asavo Bayfield through this whole project. They understand the exact area of where this is. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a letter from them with full support of the proposed design. If I could offer one more comment too, related to just connecting the two pipes. I personally believe that that same footprint is going to be required. Like what we are proposing is to get from the pipe at the outlet structure to where that existing Ganok drain is. The footprint would be the same, whether it's just a pipe or with that little overflow conveyance channel. I would just like to comment on that.
No, that's what you're here to comment on. And also this is costing them, these ratepayers money if we would put it back. So they need to hear these comments. I appreciate it, all sides. Is there any one in council wishing to make a motion, and then we'll discuss it? We need to do something here. Go ahead, sir.
And through your worship, again, I'd be more than okay with it referred back. I can look into it, but I cannot promise that it is a big change in solution, and then that does warrant the additional investigation that will be done. Obviously comes with costs at itself.
Well, I'm looking at the people that are paying the bill. I guess, is anyone wishing to make comment on that you've heard this information? You please come up and state your piece. Thank you, or make your comment, I should say.
Thank you. So my question is, if it was Dr. Fellows who submitted the work order under Section 78, what would happen if he withdrew his request for the work order, and then he would be free to pursue if he wants to have some erosion protection along the front of his property, wrapping around the side into the gully, then he could pursue that. He has not said that he has a drainage issue as far as I can see. So the only concern that he has is some erosion on one side of his property where the gully meets the edge of his property. So I'm just wondering, if he withdraws his request, what would happen then?
Thank you for that question. Andy, can you give a comment on that as our and introduce yourself? I'm sure they know you, but
Andy Kester, Drainage Superintendent for the municipality. Dr. Fellows could withdraw his request. Okay. Council would have to accept that request. But that leaves an issue of the engineering fees to date on who pays those. The act is silent on that.
okay, the act is silent on that. I did not realize that. Learning something new every day. So what has been in your experience, if because maybe have done that, what has been a recommendation based on experience that you would give to council? Can I ask that question? I guess I did. See if you answer.
Typically in situations like this, council would enter into an agreement with the individual to recoup costs. Again, you're working outside of the Drainage Act, so there's no ability to put it on taxes or yeah. So
Okay, thank you. Everybody on council heard that and the public? Okay. But did I hear if he would request withdrawal, we have to accept it or we don't?
you do not have to accept it.
Wanted to be clear on that. Do we have a rough idea what the costs are now incurred so far?
Through your worship, as presented in the report, 190,000 to date,
Okay.
including actually the 190 I believe includes the 27,000 for the geotech report.
Okay. Well, it was offered as a discussion. I'm not hearing any comments yet from anyone in the gallery or on Zoom. So good information to have though. All right, council. Where are we at here? And always remember too, council, we are part of this process. I think I'm in the right area here. We need to give a direction one way or the other. And of course, people have the right to go then and appeal that. And I personally have no qualms. I'm not taking it personal. This is their money, but we do have to make some direction this evening. And I can appreciate, I asked those questions, you heard it. There was other questions. It isn't, it could very well be the same cost. I get it. You know, you got to go up that ravine with equipment and you got to make a mess. And so I appreciate that. So I'm not going to, and it might end up to be the same money and we haven't gained much, to be fair. But so I let council. Deputy. Go ahead.
I had already put the option 1 on the table before and I didn't get a seconder, so that leaves us with option 2. So somebody make the motion.
Well, we have to have someone make a motion. Council. Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move option 2 to go forward.
This time? Okay, first and second, and then that's the direction? Is that the, oh, I need a second. I just was saying it's first and second reading. Okay. Okay,
That council adopt the report for the Gannock Drain Improvement dated July 26 as prepared by RJ Burnside and Associates Limited, and that provisional bylaw 68/2026 receive first and second reading, and that the Court of Revision be scheduled for September 2nd at 5:30 p.m.
is there a seconder? Go ahead.
So yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd second that. So if we pass this, can Dr. Fellows still say, I don't want to do this, and what happens at that time? Because it wasn't requested tonight. They didn't say we don't want to do this. Like that was a question asked, but that didn't happen. So now if that happens after we pass this, if we pass this, what happens?
Engineer. Process is a good question. There must be an answer to that. What do you, what's the verdict?
If the bylaw doesn't receive third reading, the process stops.
So anything could happen. So anything could happen, you're pointing out. So someone could say they want to withdraw that section, which they're allowed. We have to accept that, and there could be some other issues that come forward. Is that including in first and second? Does that trigger, and I know you've explained this, but I want to explain before we vote. Does that first and second, could that trigger that they go to further up for an appeal process?
Yes. Once the bylaw has first and second reading and so the bylaw and the notice of court of revision is sent to the landowners, they can then appeal to the tribunal under 54, I believe, for the design of the system.
Okay, thank you. And they obviously will be made aware of that. They've just heard it verbally, but that will be part of the information package that goes out, I believe, in these cases. And that process is there. Okay, it's been first and seconded. Any more discussion? I think you can tell we're all understand and have empathy here for this process, and the engineering department has done their job, and I'll begrudgingly support this. I think it's we need to move the process along and see where it goes. And then they have a chance to have their process that we just talked about also. So is there any further discussion? Going to call the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay. Thank you for your time and on this, and we will see where it goes. Okay. At this time, we're going to take a quick recess for the next committee. And as I said, the deputy will be chairing that meeting.
I'd like to call this meeting for the Luther Miller Drain to order. If I could have order. Sir, could you grab your seat? I'll ask Chandra to do the first of the presentation at this report.
Yeah, thank you. It's okay.
Sorry, my book hit the mic. Go ahead, Chandra.
Thank you. First of all, thank you everybody for your patience this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the technical aspects of the Luther Miller Drain and Highlands 3 Branch project. Council will consider questions regarding the work proposed in the report and or the total cost of the work. This meeting is not to discuss individual assessment values. Paul McIntyre and Eamon Miller from RJ Burnside are here this evening and will give a brief presentation of the report. Following this presentation, the affected landowners will have an opportunity to ask questions or share comments. We know that there are several people here who would like to speak, so we would ask that you be mindful of the time available and keep your questions and comments direct and focused on the technical aspects of the project.
Thank you. I'd like to call the engineers forward that are going to speak tonight, present the report.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eamon Miller. Thank you for letting me speak today, and I will be presenting the Luther Miller Municipal Drain Improvement in Highlands 3 Branch. My name is Eamon Miller, and I will be presenting the Luther Miller Municipal Drain Improvement in Highlands 3 Branch, and Paul McIntyre, the appointed engineer, will be answering the questions after.
We just have Jody turning up the volume a little bit.
Is it better now? Okay. So shown on the screen is a quick overview of what we will be presenting today. And then we can, so for authority, so RJ Burnside was appointed under section 8.1 of the Drainage Act by the municipality of Blue Water on March 21st, 2022 to respond to a section 4 petition submitted by the owners within Highlands 3 subdivision. This appointment was in response to the withdrawal of Dietrich Engineering Limited on March 1st, 2022. Burnside was also appointed under Section 78 of the Act by resolution of Council at its October 14th, 2023 meeting to improve the existing Luther Miller Municipal Drain. So a quick history of the Luther Miller Municipal Drain. The existing Luther Miller Drain was constructed under a report by W.J. Bartlett and Associates dated April 8th, 1987. This report incorporated a pumping station to provide an outlet for the agricultural lands east of Highway 21. To the west of Highway 21, a shallow open drain was constructed to convey the water to the lake. In 1990, W.J. Bartlett and Associates enclosed the open channel as well as incorporated the privately installed tile. On the screen, you can see a paragraph from the 1990 report, and it basically summarizes why they did that. A few years after the drain was constructed, property owners made modifications to it, such as straightening it and channelizing it, the open channel. So W.J. Bartlett just decided to enclose the entire system. And that is what's there right now. Over the process of this drain, RJ Burnside, we have conducted several meetings, and all the meetings are listed on the screen there. During these meetings, we discussed the Drainage Act and the process behind a Section 4 petition and a Section 78 improvement. Drainage issues were also discussed about the concerns in Highlands 3 subdivision, and then also issues and concerns with the previous engineering company, Dietrich Engineering Limited. The design of the outlet configuration was also discussed on whether it should be a closed pipe, riprap channel, or armor stone channel. Concerns of the cost of the project were also brought up, and realigning the existing Luther Miller drain to follow property lines better and avoid existing structures such as sheds, fences, buildings, etc. So during our site investigation, I have some pictures up here that kind of show the state of the ravine and drain as of right now. So here is some pictures of the outlet to the beach. So the red line represents the flow direction. And in these pictures, you can see there's a lot of blockages with fallen down trees, branches, and other brush. And then you can also see the erosion of the beach and erosion of the banks of the ravine as well. As we move upstream to the first footbridge, we kind of see more or less the same we saw in the last photos, fallen down trees, blocking the flow, erosion of the banks. And then we can move up to the outlet of the pipe into the ravine. So again, the same kind of stuff we're seeing, erosion of the banks, fallen down trees, fallen down branches, erosion of the banks, and erosion of the ditch line. And then we move out of the ravine to where the existing Luther Miller drain is. So this is west of the Highway 21. So you can see flooding here. So this is kind of showing that the existing drain that's in place right now is not doing its job of conveying water because we are seeing this flooding happen. Now we move west of Highway 21 where the inlet of the drain is. So here is the inlet culvert. You can see the materials are in poor condition. The culverts there, they're rusted out and beginning to rot out as well. And then to the right is just the same picture, but taking a step back. So we look at it, you see the materials are in poor condition, and you can also see that those pipes aren't very deep. We don't have much cover from the top of the road to the top of the pipe. And then the picture to the left is the existing forest main. So you can see it has had some type of makeshift repair with some PVC and HDPE pipe. And it is uncovered, which is not great. During our investigation, we determined some findings. So we have a list here. The Highlands 3 subdivision has localized flooding issues and requires an outlet. The Luther Miller drain currently runs through properties and under structures and outlets into a private tile/ditch system, which is the ravine. So the Luther Miller drain does not have a legal or sufficient outlet. It currently just outlets into the ravine, which is not part of the actual municipal drain. The Luther Miller drain is approximately sized to accommodate a 5-year storm. The receiving ravine has experienced considerable erosion, which has damaged surrounding properties and trees, which in the pictures you saw a lot of trees have fallen over into. Landowners adjacent to the ravine prefer an armor stone protected design over an enclosed pipe or a riprap lime channel. Landowners within the watershed value the beach overall and prefer less outlets to the beach because currently the beach is being eroded away. So after review of these findings of the current municipal drain, we have some recommendations, and all of these recommendations are addressed in our report. So first, the realignment of the Luther Miller drain to follow property lines, keeping the same standard of drainage. To extend the Luther Miller drain to a sufficient outlet and protect the outlet from lake effects and further erosion. To provide 2 tile branches within the Highlands 3 subdivision, which would be on William Street and Elizabeth Street. Install stubs to property lines for direct private connection into the system by landowners. Approximately 1 stub per 2 properties. These are the lawn and turf catch basins. To alter and protect the existing ravine to reduce flow velocities and regrade the side slopes to protect the invert. So this is where the armor stone channel comes into play. So now we can move on to our proposed design that we have. So you can see here is an overall watershed of the Luther Miller drain and the Highlands 3 branches. So there are 62 properties inside of this watershed. To the east of Highway 21, there's about 61 hectares of agricultural land, and to the west of Highway 21, there's about 5.5 hectares of residential property, and also there's 1.5 hectares of private road, which would be William Street, Elizabeth Street, and Evelyn Street. And then on top of that, we have 1.4 hectares of provincial highway, which is Highway 21. So here is a planned detail of the scope of work that will be taking place. So the yellow line represents our proposed Luther Miller drain. So this is 326 meters of HDE pipe with a tile size of 750 millimeters in diameter. And under Highway 21, we are proposing 26 meters of smooth walled welded steel pipe with a diameter of 750 millimeters. The solid yellow line represents the Armourstone channel, so we have that as 97 meters. The green dashed line represents the William Street branch. It is 292 meters of HDE pipe. The size of the pipe range from 200 millimeters in diameter to 525 millimeters in diameter, and it contains 4 catch basins, which are denoted as the black rectangles you see, and 9 private drainage connections, which are denoted by the black circles with the thin dashed green line coming from the branch. And the orange dash line represents the Elizabeth Street branch. That is 330 meters of HDE pipe, along with 24 meters of HDE pipe for an offset catch basin. The tile size of these range from 200 millimeters in diameter to 375 millimeters in diameter. This branch contains 5 catch basins, again denoted as black rectangles, and 13 private drainage connections denoted as the black circles with the dashed orange line connected to the branch. The gray line you see is the existing Luther Miller drain. So as you can see, it really cuts through properties and doesn't follow any property lines. So we have altered that to follow property lines more accurately. Here's a detail of the Highway 21 crossing. The yellow again is our proposed Luther Miller alignment, and the gray is what is there currently. So you see our design has it very perpendicular with the road, but the original one is very skewed, and as it moves downstream, it follows the property lines better. Below that is a profile of this area. So some people have some difficulties understanding like how to read a profile, what it's actually showing. So it's basically if you were to like go along the drain alignment, cut through the ground and look at it from the side. So for example, on this one, you see the black dash line represents the top of ground, and that gray thicker line represents the proposed pipe. So these are really good at visualizing the depth of the pipe and other structures where they're located, such as catch basins, junction boxes, and other culverts. So as we move on, this is again a profile, but rather than just of the Highway 21 crossing, it's for the entirety of the Luther Miller drain. And then the long rectangles you see are proposed catch basins and junction boxes. And then now we move into the ravine section. So here, the top detail is a detail of the ravine. So each gray rectangle you see represents one Arborstone block. So we have them arranged how we propose them to be constructed. And then along the ditch bottom of the channel or invert, you kind of see a rock pattern that represents riprap. So that is going to slow down the water. So when it hits the, when it comes out of the ravine, it's slow enough that it no longer erodes away the beach. And then if we go down to the bottom details on the right, we see a bird's eye view of our outlet structure. Again, each block represents one Armourstone block, and the rock kind of pattern you see represents riprap. And if you move to the left, we see if you were to cut it in half and look at it from the side, that's how it looks. So there's drop structures. So as the water falls down into the riprap, the velocity of the water is slowed down to dissipate the energy in it. So the effects of it don't erode the beach anymore. And then we move on. So this is a profile of the ravine. So you can see we have 8 drop structures all in the middle with riprap. So this is again dissipating the energy before it actually gets to the outlet structure. And then the detail at the bottom in the middle, that is a cross section of what the ravine will look like. So in most cases, we have it as 4 armor stone blocks high with riprap in the middle. Now we move on to the Williams Street branch profile, and below that, there's a detail of how our private drainage connections will be. So this is typically for a long drainage connection. So to the left, you see that is the main William Street branch or Elizabeth Street branch, and it's directly connected to a 150 millimeter HDE pipe, and that runs under the road into a catch basin, and then property owners can directly tie into this catch basin for their drainage needs. And then this is for the long one if it goes across the road, but if it's just going to the other side of the road, it wouldn't cross the other side of the road. And then finally, here is the Elizabeth Street profile. So here are some photos that you'll see that we have incorporated into our design. So we have multiple different types of catch basins. So you'll see the typical DICB, which is a ditch inlet catch basin, and a typical agricultural catch basin. So these are the catch basins that will be used on Highway 21 crossing. And as we move downstream, you see the square typical lawn catch basin that will be used throughout the Luther Miller drain, and the typical lawn catch basin that is a circle, that is what's being used for the private drainage connections. In the top right, we see a typical HDPE installation. So majority of the Luther Miller and the branch drains are going to be HDPE pipe, and this is how it's installed. So that's kind of how it will look in the ground. Other than Highway 21 crossing, we are proposing a typical Jack and Bore Road crossing installation. So in the bottom right corner, you see that is kind of how smooth wall welded steel pipe is put into the ground. Now we can move on to the estimated project costs. So the total estimated cost is $1,484,000. And this is broken up into 4 different sections. So 66% of this cost is construction cost. So that is materials and labor to actually build the drain. 18% of this cost is engineering. So that involves the design of the drain, the meetings that were held to get up to this point, producing the report, and inspection cost for constructing the drain. 10% of this cost is sundry cost, which are taxes and interest, and 6% of it is allowances, which is money given back to the owners for the land that the drain takes up. So this is a typical flow chart of how the Drainage Act process is. So everything in red that you see is stuff that has already happened, and what's in blue is still to come. So we are currently at processing the report, which is circled in black. So then if we kind of zoom into that one step of processing the report, we are currently at the meeting to consider, which is the 4th step in this process. So after this, if all goes well, Blue Water forwards a copy of the provisional bylaw to all affected landowners and stakeholders with a notice of the sitting of the Court of Revision. Then after that, the appeal process takes place where you can appeal your assessments. And then after that, Court of Revision takes place where they hear your appeals and make a decision on that. And then after that, there's another appeal process, tribunal and referee. And then 3rd reading of the bylaw would take place. So now we can discuss the appeal authorities under it, which I mentioned before. So it's our job to assess the cost of the project out in a fair and unbiased manner. However, built into the Drainage Act, there are appeal authorities just in case. So the first one is the Court of Revision. So when the engineer's report is completed, any property can appeal their assessment, whether they think it's too high or too low. And And then so council can make a decision on changing your assessment or keeping it the same. Then we move to the second appeal process, which is the Agricultural, Food, and Rural Affairs Appeal Tribunal. So this is where the tribunal deals with any appeals from the Court of Revision. So just say you appealed in Court of Revision and you got a decision that you dislike or think is unfair, you can appeal it again to the tribunal. And tribunal also deals directly with any appeals that regard to the design and allowances that were given. So if you think the design is inadequate, you can appeal to tribunal. And if you think assessments have been given out unfairly, you can also appeal to tribunal. So now we move on to provincial grants. So OMAFA offers a 1/3 grant for agricultural lands for a drainage project. So if you do have agricultural property and qualify for this grant, I recommend using it because you could get back 1/3 of your assessment. And that kind of concludes the presentation. I will pass it over to Paul for any questions.
Any questions from council or? Not at this time? Okay, thank you. Chandra, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. At this time, I will refer to those who have registered to speak, and we'll begin with those who have registered virtually. The first on my list is Sue Pello. Are you in attendance, Sue? Okay, I'm not hearing from Sue. I'll check in again later. Jeff Moorhead.
Hi, I'm here. I'm just observing the meeting. I don't have any comments that I want to make at this time.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Linda Tyler.
Same as with Jeff. We're too far away to attend the meeting, so we just wanted to know what's going on.
Okay, thank you. Janelle Dykstra.
Same, just kind of wanted to hear what's going on and don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Barbara Natchik Green. I think I see you there. Did you have any questions of the engineer at this time? Okay, I'm not hearing anything from Barbara. Okay, I'll move on to those who are in attendance. Okay, thank you. I will call on Sam Alfieri.
Am I on? Yeah, yay. Wow, what a crowd, eh? Well, anyhow, my name is Sam Alfieri, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Highlands 2 Cottage Association owners. First off, I do want to say thank you and appreciate all the work that's been done on the report in council. I want to also make something very clear. This is not a dispute between neighbors. It is about ensuring that council has sufficient engineering information before approving a project that may have permanent consequences for another community. The question before council this evening is tonight is not about whether drainage improvement should occur. The question is whether the engineer's report provides council with enough technical evidence to make an informed decision. Our legal counsel has concluded that it does not. You should have a copy of the letter that was provided to you yesterday from our counsel outlining the rationale. Do you have a copy of that letter?
I can speak to that, Mr. Alfieri. It was circulated to council.
Because I will reference certain parts of it throughout my conversation. So basically, I have 5 questions to council that you should be able to answer this evening. Before approving any project, council should be comfortable answering these 5 straightforward questions. First questions, have downstream impacts actually been qualified and quantified? The report discusses the drainage system, but does not clearly quantify the downstream impacts on Highlands 2. Without understanding increased flows and discharge velocities, how can council this evening vote in favor of this report without knowing the full consequences? I refer to you on that question if you like, letter page 2 for your own detail. Question 2 would be, what happens to our shoreline? Everyone knows that Lake Huron shoreline is dynamic and can be fierce at times. Our concern is very simple. Has anyone demonstrated that additional concentrated flow will not increase erosion or sediment movement? The report acknowledges shoreline issues, but does not provide that analysis. And for your reference, you can refer to page 3 of the letter. The third question I would ask this evening is, what happens to the ravine? And there's been a lot of discussion around the ravine. The engineer's report itself acknowledges that the ravine already has unstable slopes, erosion, and deterioration. If the ravine is already unstable, shouldn't council understand what additional flow will do before approving the project? I provided pictures in the letter in the appendix to council to show you what the impact is now with just the Luther Miller drain moving into that ravine. And can you imagine what that ravine will look like and beach outflow at the end of the lake once you combine the Highlands 3 branch of 40+ homes into that drain, coming down that slope into the water and outletting on Highlands 2 property? The fourth question I would ask, were all alternatives truly examined? We continue to ask, is rehabilitation of the pumping system evaluated? Were controlled discharge options considered? Was stormwater deterioration detention assessed? Why was the gravity flow selected over other alternatives? Was a full study completed on utilizing Highlands 3 as an outlet? While the report mentions this, there is no data to suggest this was undertaken. The engineer's report also references, in passing, utilizing Highlands 3 stairway for drainage separate from the Luther Miller drain. However, there are no specific details provided in terms of this proposal, its impact on the surrounding area. Those are fundamental, not clearly explained questions we require answers to before council approves this report. Why is the Highlands Association assessed? The report confirms that the Highlands 2 has its own private storm drainage system and outlet into Lake Huron. We therefore ask council to seek clarification on what measurable engineering benefit Highlands 2 receives from the proposed works that justifies the assessments allocated to our association and its property owners. And this brings me to a salient concern. The report proposes significant new infrastructure within Highlands 3, including storm sewers, catch basins, road drainage improvements, and related works designed to address drainage deficiencies within that subdivision. The Highlands 2 Association respectfully submits that our members should not be required to fund infrastructure whose primary purpose is to serve another subdivision unless the engineer's report clearly demonstrates a direct, measurable, and proportionate benefit to Highlands 2. Under the Drainage Act, assessment should reflect the benefit. We respectfully ask the engineer to explain the methodology used to determine that Highlands 2 receives sufficient benefit to justify the proposed assessment. Our lawyer states Highlands 2 supports improvements for Highlands 3, but council should first ensure the engineering work is complete and the risks are understood. Finally, we recognize that environmental approvals remain in progress. We believe that council should have the benefits of those reviews together with clear technical answers to the questions raised this evening before making final decision. We understand that an application has been made to ABCA, but we do not know the extensive environmental study, if it's been concluded, where it stands. During my conversation with ABCA the other day, they had just received the request and were working on it. Finally, we're asking council to be confident that has all of the technical information necessary before approving a project with potentially permanent consequences for our community in Highlands 2. Our requests to council are clearly outlined on page 5 of the letter sent by our lawyer. Council has one opportunity to make the right decision before construction begins. If questions remain unanswered today, they will be much harder to answer after the work is completed. For that reason, we respectfully ask council to adopt option 1 and return the engineer's report to the engineer for further review, clarification, and completion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Raymond, do
you.
you wanna, or Paul, do you want to respond to the questions he had? Okay, thank you.
There's a lot there to address. I don't have all the questions right here in front of me, but I would like through the chair to address a couple of things that I think are very important. One of the things was talking about the increased flow. The watershed has not changed. The watershed that contributes to this drainage system, to the ravine, to the lake has never changed. It is agricultural land. It is now cottage owners' land. It is highway. It is ditch lines. So I'm going to say that there is no increased flow into the system that we have there today. The other thing that I want to, I lost my chain of thought. So that is the one big thing, is that there is no increased flow. We're not adding any area, watershed area to this drain. We're addressing the request under section 78 of the drain to improve and repair and improve the Luther Miller drain. So that was taking a system that had a pumping station in it, which is a maintenance issue, a cost issue that comes back to the municipality, comes back to the owners on a regular basis, and putting in a gravity flow system. That was the Luther Miller. The Luther Miller water always went to the ravine. There's no change in that. One of the questions was, did we look at other alternatives? When we started the project, when we were brought in after the DEL engineering firm stopped the work, they had one outlet, and that was in the top of the ravine. And that was for the work within Highlands 3, the storm sewer system. We proceeded with looking at options for that, which was down the walkway that the gentleman talked about. But when the Section 78 request for repair and improvement of the Luther Miller drain came in, that in my mind changed the whole thing. We're going to work on the Luther Miller drain, which is the ravine, and that is the ultimate place where this water from the Highlands 3 drain could go. So instead of having two outlets, one through the walkway for the Highlands 3 subdivision drain, if you want to call it that, and then improving the ravine for Luther Miller, we chose to put them together and spend the money concentrating on repairing and protecting the ravine. And that's what we've done. If there's other questions that maybe Chandra through that discussion that I can answer.
Well, the
Yes,
one
sir.
question Sam had was the Highlands 2 assessment. Where did that come in factor?
Yes, so that's been a theme that I think we've dealt with. We've had a lot of meetings with this drain. And the last one that we had was in March, or was in 2024. So nothing has really changed since then. But the question, or the answer to the question is, and under the Drainage Act, we can only assess properties. We're not looking at subdivision boundaries and saying, yeah, this is Highlands 3, this is Highlands 2, this is Highlands 3 project, we can't go into Highlands 2. There is a topographical feature that we're dealing with, and that is the watershed. So there unfortunately are some lands within Highlands 2 that contribute to the drain, and they're assessed accordingly. The Highlands 2 Association is not assessed except for the William Street? Is it William Street? Is it William Street? Is assessed. Well, if you get the benefit, we are assessed just under $70,000. Yeah. The question would also be, do you have any proof of what you mentioned on?
When you come to the microphone, we can't hear you up here.
That is why Mr. Klopp is themselves, by the way. Sorry.
That is why the mayor recused himself, because Highlands 2 homeowners are assessed. That is the issue for us in Highlands 2. We understand Highlands 3 needs to take care of their drainage issue, but assessed. And they have an outlet at the stairs, the same way Highlands 2 did their drains. The other thing is, Paul, appreciate all the work you've done on this. I really do. And the water flow that you describe as being slower and with no erosion, if you look at the pictures in the appendix that I had sent you, that is without the Highlands 3 combined. There is no evidence of monitoring of this outlet in this report moving forward. I'm not sure how council can approve that does not have the check and balance from the homeowners and Highlands that can value the homes. Thank you.
Go ahead, Paul.
Through your chair. As I said, we assess under the Drainage Act properties. And we assessed Highlands 3, I think it's William Street, which is in Highlands 2. And we assess some of the properties within Highlands 2 because they're within the watershed of the drain. So.
Okay, thank you. Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Paul, this question is for you, and it's just to go on some of the other questions that have been asked, just for my own clarity. Is it possible, or can you put a number or sort of calculation to determine liters per second or whatever a volume of water that is going through a drain. I know the Luther drain is now not working properly, obviously, but would we have known what was coming through, judging by the size of the pipe, as opposed to what is being proposed for the new one? Is that a certain calculation that can be assessed?
Through you, the chair, I believe it could be. Luther Miller right now is a pump system. So that pump system would tell you how much can be pushed through the system. What we're proposing is a gravity flow tile system that's designed to a 5-year storm.
So is there an actual number that states how many, let's say, liters per second that is flowing? Is that a thing?
Through the chair, not in our report. We haven't looked at the design of the existing pumping station. It might be in the original report done by the previous engineer as to what the pumping station will handle, but we're putting in a gravity system.
And if I can just follow up with that. So in that case, if you were to find a number that says how many liters per second are running through this channel, in your design, your engineer design, would you be able to calculate the energy that is lost by the time it gets to the end?
Through the chair, the energy of the pumped water,
the energy of your design, the water that is flowing through the channel by the time it gets to the end of your design, what the energy lost as liters per second or whatever is flowing.
through the chair. Yes, our design, and that's why you see the stair-step approach and the 8 different drop structures in the ravine is designed to dissipate that energy as it goes down to the lake shore.
But not a set number. You don't know how slow.
I can't give you a number of the velocity of the water when it hits the beach. No.
Thank you. Councillor Weston.
I just want to go back to the point about the assessment. I just want to make sure I understood that because I thought it was slightly different, but you guys are the experts, not me. So so what you said there that you properties get assessed. There's no boundaries, anything like that, which I understand that, and it's because of they're part of the watershed and contribute to it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I thought there was a portion of there too that there had to be benefits, if I'm not mistaken, that they would have to benefit from it as well too.
So through the chair, the Drainage Act allows the engineer to assess benefit and outlet of a drainage system. Benefit is big B benefit. It may not be what you consider benefit looking at the car that's out there, say that's a beautiful car, it benefits me. Benefit is the increased value of a property, the easier use of the property once you put a system in. So if you got water running over the surface of your farm and now the water is running underneath in a tile, that is a benefit. So you assess benefit to those folks that have work done on their property where the water was running, and you assess outlet to everybody else.
The question. One other question Sam had was the ABCA report. Have you received that?
So to the chair, we have not received a reply from ABCA. We have sent into them our drawings. And like we said in the last meeting, they won't accept our drawings until they're stamped and they go through this process. So it's a cart and horse process to how do we get to there? And like you saw in the last one, we'll get there.
I just wanted to get the question on the table. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Is there a Michael Webb in the gallery that would like to provide comment?
I own 71230 Blue Water Highway. It's 2 acres east side of the road. I'm just wondering why I'm assessed at all. I have 0 tiles hooked up to it. 0 tiles. My property slopes 2 feet to the south, not to the north. I have lasers. I'm in the drainage business. I should not be any part of this at all. But do you want me to pay 23,000? Can you explain that? Not one drain hooked up, not one. The field is tiled, but not my property. You can bring, set up the laser so you can check it.
Paul, you want to respond to that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So through you, Chair, the watershed that we've assessed this drain to is based on the original W.J. Bartlett watershed. We went out and checked what we had to when we completed the work down through the ravine, which was not in the original watershed. So if that watershed included this property, that's the way it was at the time of the Bartlett report, the last report.
Oh, it's their report. Is it?
Thank you. I noticed in some of the maps, Paul, that some of the areas of the farmland was tiled to a different outlet. Is Mr. Webb to that?
I have no outlet.
So through the chair, there are some properties that have tiled out of the watershed, and when we get that information from the owners at the time of the information meetings, we assess those properties at half rate. So recognizing that they're still within the watershed for surface drainage, but their under drainage is going somewhere else.
So I'm paying 23,000 an acre, and the farmer pays 1,000. Is that how it works? I have no outlets to this drain. Come on out, I'll show you.
Okay, Mr. Webb. Yeah. So that,
Well,
no,
take a look at it.
Counselor, you got a question?
Yeah, I do want to just remind the gallery that this process, the council gets the engineer's report no different than everybody else does. We don't get to decide who gets assessed and who does not. What the process is the appeal process. If you don't like, if this was to see the first and second reading, nothing happens until the third reading is completed. There's two appeal tribunals between that. If you feel that you should not be assessed, it's after this meeting, after this.
And through the chair, if I could, I have no problem with meeting with the gentleman and doing a survey of this property. Like I said, the original watershed is based on the W.G. Bartlett report. We don't go out and reinvent the wheel when we already have these things in place. So trying to save some money for the watershed. However, if it does turn out after we look at this that there is an adjustment that could be made, we'll make a recommendation to the Court of Revision and we'll deal with it at that time.
Thank you for that answer.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chandra.
Next, I would call on Jamie Hillier.
Good evening, members of council, attendees. First of all, thank you for taking my question. My name is Jamie and I own a property in Highlands number 2. It's my understanding that the pump has recently been decommissioned. Since its decommissioning, there have been no reported water issues. My question, was there a plan to conduct seasonal monitoring or inspections after the pump was decommissioned to evaluate the impact under different seasonal conditions? For example, spring runoff, heavy rainfall, or other seasonal variations considered before determining that the decommissioning was successful? If not, how can council be confident that the long-term impacts have been fully assessed, given that the seasonal conditions can significantly affect drainage and water management?
Paul, to you, if you can answer that.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, honestly, I can't answer that. It is news to me that the pumping station has been decommissioned. Maybe your drainage superintendent maybe your drainage superintendent can comment on the working of the pumping station.
We have not inspected the drainage pump since I started. I'm not aware that it's been decommissioned. My microphone is on. I'm not aware that the pump has been decommissioned. It has, yeah, since I started, I'm not aware that the pump has been decommissioned. So I can check into that. Okay. But I'm not aware of that.
Our drain engineer will look into that. We can't give an answer tonight, so that's one thing he'll mark down. We'll check into it. But somebody next.
Next I would call on Jane Brown.
Okay, I'm Jane Brown. I own one of the properties on the ravine in Highlands 2. And our assessment is 71,000. We have no drains going through our property and there's no benefit to us. It's just that we got made part of the Luther Miller Drain. In the past, we were just known as the outlet on all of the old forms, but lately we've become part of the Luther Miller Drain, and we kind of object to that because it's led us down this path. $71,000 for absolutely no benefit seems a pretty steep price to pay for our neighbors' drainage. We get that they need drainage, but when Highlands 2 had to have a drain put in, I came to the meeting and council, it was Hay Township Council at the time, said we had to use our right-of-way as a drain. They said we couldn't do anything else. Now, all of a sudden, we're having to, that's my phone. Chris, can you just turn it off? I'm sorry, I got distracted. Anyhow, we really object to being made part of the Luther Miller Drain. I think we are made part of it so we could pay for the upgrades. My second thing is the trees in the ravine. They say they're going to grub them out, and I expect that means taking them out. We enjoy all the trees in our backyard. Once they're gone, they'll be gone. I think the last report I saw, they're going to replace them with some 5 very small spruce trees, which we won't see them ever grow in our lifetime to anything worthwhile. So that seems unfair to us. Plus, I think those trees are holding a lot of sand and a lot of ground in place. And by taking them all out, yes, we will have more erosion. Our erosion, unless it's a big rainfall, hasn't been too bad. And we're right along the bank. At the beach, it's bad. And I wonder how much worse it's going to be when the drain, instead of being a 1-foot drain, is that right? It's now presently a 1-foot drain, Mr. McIntyre?
We're not changing the size of the pipe. It's a 30-inch pipe.
It's a 30-inch pipe. And is it presently a 30-inch pipe?
Correct.
It's always been a 30-inch pipe coming out there?
Some of it's private. Sorry. I can.
Okay,
So
I will.
some of the existing drain is private and there's open ditch and existing drain. The existing Luther Miller is 30-inch concrete pipe and we're replacing with 30-inch HDPE pipe. So we're not changing the pipe.
So when it comes into the ravine, it's the same? It's not going to be any bigger when it comes into the ravines?
No, it's going to be a 30-inch pipe.
But there will be a greater volume of water?
It can only come through a 30-inch pipe.
But it will come faster.
We're not changing the grade.
Well, you're not changing the grade, but if we get all the drainage water from Highlands 3, our property is right on the beach, so mostly the wind comes out of the north and the west, so it shoots the water after it comes out of the ravine, it washes away our beach, and I suspect that more rainwater coming down there is going to cause more damage to us. That's all. And so I don't know about the trees. I think losing them all is going to be a big problem. The trees that are down there now aren't fallen down because of erosion. They were ash trees and they died a sad death, but that's why they're down there. So that part of your report isn't accurate. We've been there for 37 years, so we know when the ash trees went down, and that's why they went down. And we like the ravine the way it is. We like the natural look. We're not so sure we're going to like the cleared out look anymore.
Thank you, Jane. Go ahead, Chandra. Paul, you got to reply to.
And I just want to,
Go ahead.
similar to the last train, we are only dealing with the minor section where the new invert is going to be, the armor stone section. Everything above that is going to be left in place.
The next registrant is Christine Buchanan.
I think James covered.
Okay, thank you. Kate Lamb.
Hi, my name's Kate Lannis, and I'm a owner in Highlands 3. I do agree that Highlands 3 as a subdivision requires some to address our drainage issues, but my question is with regards to the Luther Miller project. If it's a municipal drain, why are individual homeowners having to fund that project? Would that not be something that would be when we pay taxes as part of the municipality, that is not something that is covered by that? For my particular property, between the Highlands 3 project, the branch of that drain, and the Luther Miller drain, I will be losing 3 sides of an established hedge. So with regards to a benefit, because we're addressing water, I'm having to pay an exceptionally large amount to basically lose all the privacy of my property. When I had brought questions to the group before about whether there could be alternate designs going through the roadway to help preserve, like to the question about trees and things like that, that can't be easily replaced. The answer was that this is the plan. So I think that is just a question that I think probably a lot of us have, is why for the municipal drain are we having to pay for those costs?
Go ahead, Paul.
Through the chair, a municipal drainage process is a user pay process. When you start it through petition or through a 78 request, you're asking the municipality to administer a process to provide outlet drainage for your property. And you do that within a community, within the watershed, a community of owners that we see right here. And we get together and we try to solve the issue together. And the cost for that is shared by the community. It's not taxpayers' money.
Thank you. Somebody else, go ahead.
Ken Faust.
Good evening. I'm from Highlands 2, 71228 Ann Street, and I just have 3 quick questions. The estimated cost is calculated at 2024 pricing. So if this ever gets off the ground and by the time they complete, you know what prices are nowadays, it's going to be $2 million. That's 10% over 4 years. One other question, has there been any maintenance work done on the existing Miller drain when it was put in 1987? Like scoping, cleaning? And third question is, the engineer's report, does it take into effect the height of water in Lake Huron? 2019 was the highest for many years. We hardly had any beach. So if we get that again, which we will, and November storms come in, is it going to erode more of the beach with this new outlet plan? That's the only 3 questions I have. Thanks, Ken. Paul, can you try to answer his concerns?
Yes. So the concerns are about the increased cost. As we heard in the last drain, when the tenders are let, if the tender comes in at 133% or 33% higher than the estimate that's in the report, then the costs go back to the petitioners or to council. So we got 2 different things going here. We got 78 with council's direction, and we got a section 4 with petitioner's direction. So if those costs come in at 133% or higher, the question goes back to you and to the petitioners, whether you want to proceed with the new cost or the higher cost, or you want to stop the process. Second question was,
I can answer that one.
Maintenance on.
Yeah.
Drain.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't have the maintenance records in front of me tonight, but I can respond to that question tomorrow with some of the historical maintenance that's been completed if you'd like.
as well through the chair, I can add to that. So we were appointed under 78 to repair and improve. There isn't a real question about the functioning of the existing Luther Miller. The Luther Miller is too shallow to provide outlet for the upstream lands, the existing Luther Miller, and it's not extended to an outlet. So that's why we're doing the work we're doing on the Luther Miller. It's not a maintenance thing. Last question.
The water.
So similar to the last one, our outlet structure is back in the dunes, not right on the beach. It's back from the beach, and our design is armor stone blocks. So if there is interference with the lake over high water levels or ice approaching it, an armor stone block thing can be put back in place by maintenance. So that's why we did it the way we did it, because of those issues.
Thank you. Yep.
Maintenance of a municipal drainage system is paid for by the owners within the watershed. So if and when it is determined that you need to maintain the drain, and that is in conjunction with your drainage superintendent, he will determine what the work is to be done, and it's assessed out in accordance with this report, the costs.
Thank you.
Rick Beaudry.
That's okay. The pumping station question was.
Okay. Thank you. Trevor Weidman.
No question.
Okay, thank you. Michael Luello.
Oh, I'm fine. All right. Well, every age of 62. Good evening, council. My name is Michael Lelo. I reside at 71265 William Street in Highlands 3. So say hello to all my neighbors in Highlands 2 as well. I'm curious about a question or a comment that was made. There are subsidies that are available for agriculture. Now, we're talking some large numbers here, and they vary throughout the homeowners. Are there any other subsidies that the homeowners can get through the government or through the municipality to help ease this burden? So I'm asking you, Mr. McIntyre, if there's something that's there. So I think the question needs to be asked. Thank you.
Paul.
Through the chair, I am not aware of any grants for residential owners under the Drainage Act. They are only for agricultural owners that qualify for the process.
Thank you. I don't. Okay.
Jocelyn Still.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my question. It's just a technical question for the engineer. I am at 71237 Elizabeth Street. And in the diagram in
Ma'am,
Appendix
you
G.
turn to the mic so.
Sorry,
I can hear you.
in the diagram in Appendix G, the proposed drain on Elizabeth Street stops to the north of my property, and yet I'm included in the benefit of that. So I'm just wondering why my particular property was included in that, and the property to the south of me is not included in that. That make sense?
It does. It does. So I'm just going to talk to Elizabeth right now. Sorry. So this is your property right here.
Yes, sir.
That is a connection for you to connect into the drain on Elizabeth Street. These two, the Snar and the Cadillac property, they go directly into the outlet. So theirs going right here, yours going into this system through here. You do have a connection.
And is that why there's such a difference in price?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Yasmin Martin. Yes.
Hi there. I'm wondering if you've looked into the depreciation of property values if this goes through. I'm at 71241 William Street. I'm right where the gully is, where the trees are, and it's a beautiful place. It's my home. So if you're going to be taking all the trees and everything out, is that going to depreciate my, like, how do I get compensated for the changes that are happening?
Go ahead, Paul.
So as I explained a little bit before, the construction within the ravine is intended to harden the ravine and give it longevity so it won't erode and cause those owners that are adjacent to the ravine issues over time. So it is, like we said in the last one, the 75-year design process where that is going to stay in place and protect those owners. And again, I've said this before, we're only going to remove the trees that are in that working space at the bottom of the ravine. We're not working up the banks.
Thank you. Counselor, go ahead.
And if I can, just to the gallery, just so I can reiterate what the clerk said at the beginning of the meeting. This meeting is not to discuss anybody's property values. Because we cannot determine whether or not it's going to increase or decrease the property value. We don't have that ability, so we can't really speak.
Yes.
Okay, on this line, I believe I have an Alan Munn and a Karen Somerville.
Thank you for taking our questions. There's a couple of comments. One, that someone was talking about the Luther Miller Drain being initiated in like 1980 or something like that. And I have a photograph of my wife, my father-in-law, Bill Somerville, bought the property, I think before 1960. And I have a photograph of my wife standing on the property with a little bridge going over a ditch that ran down into the gully. And that ditch ran back up into the field back there where I guess the farmers were pumping stuff. Anyways, they at some point decided to close their portion of the ditch in and put a corrugated steel pipe across that. And so that's still there today. And for about 3 or 4 years ago, we were getting routinely about 4 or 5 inches of water in our property when there was a significant rainfall. Interestingly enough, now that they've turned off the pumping station, we don't get water on our property anymore. And it's because they're not dumping their water over onto our property. Anyways, we did put in drains in our property that we connect into the corrugated pipe, which is what you now call part of the Luther Miller Drain. But, we were there long before the 1980 thing. Anyways, it's very difficult for us from this report to understand exactly what is proposed for our property. There is very little detail, little squares for catch basins and little dots for stuff. It looks like they put a little dot in our property, approximately the center of our septic field. I don't know why they did that, but anyways, it is a problem. And right now, for us, the drain is working well. And we also have at the end of William Street, we have also did some drainage connection into the corrugated pipe there. And the proposal has 2 catch basins at high points on either side of that area, which basically guarantee that the water will collect at the bottom of this thing unless we reconnect somehow or other into that drain. Personally, I'd prefer to just keep the drain where it is, but anyways, we need more proposal, more detail, especially on which trees are getting removed. We have 5 major trees around our property that appear to be threatened by this drain installation. And it would be a shame to lose all of those things around our property, and would for us be a real detriment. But we just like more detail on exactly what is happening, and the schematic nature of the report really can't tell us any of that. So is there going to be more detail coming?
Go ahead, Paul, if you can answer.
So through the chair, we did do a walk through the drain with the owners that were directly affected when we looked at the alignments. What Mr. Munn is talking about is the location of the connection to the drain, and we looked at several different locations for those connections, and maybe we got his wrong. We can certainly relocate that connection to the drain for the Munn property to a different location. Certainly, and we talked about this at the last meeting, prior to construction, there will be a walkthrough with the contractor so everybody will understand when he's coming, what he's going to deal with. Our design was intended to avoid all trees. We had original design for the system on Elizabeth Street and William Street where we were going to go right through the front yards, and that was going to take all the trees out. And we changed that design through consultation with the owners to put it on the roads. So the intent here is not to take out trees, it's to avoid trees. And we can do that at the time of construction if it's just a wiggling of the drain to do that. And we can relocate those existing locations where the owners connect into it again with consultation with the owners.
Thank you.
Okay, Andy Mick.
My door.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go up with him and his wife.
I have a few questions. We're being assessed on the benefit to us, like we're being assessed for $50,000. It is absolutely no benefit to us. People keep telling me that my property floods.
They're taking so much of our property.
We'll get to that for a
I
second.
know, I'm sorry.
People tell me that my property floods. It flooded once in the 13 years I've owned it for 2 hours. There was a break in the big storm. The field broke loose. It flooded across my property. It was gone in 2 hours. I don't want to pay $50,000 for one incident. They are taking up a huge amount of my property. They're going straight 71252 Sanders Street.
North.
And my neighbor Daryl Neville said I could speak on his behalf as well. He's unable to come to this. They're coming across his property. These are private properties. Everybody says the drain going across my property is municipal. It's not. It's private. There's no easement for that drain, so therefore it's a private drain. I don't know about Daryl's, but mine is private. I heard that the drain there is not adequate, but they're gonna do the same drain as they have there now. I don't know why they don't move it up the street 100 feet and go right down Evelyn Street, right to the beach. It's not private property. It's the street going into Highlands 3. They go straight down. There's beach access right at the end of Evelyn. And they can tie in that way and leave Highlands 2 alone because we don't want it. We don't need it. Everybody here in Highlands 2 saying the same thing. Why are we getting involved? I also heard on one of the site meetings that, oh no, we're going to put in a 4-foot tile. Now it's going to stay a 30-inch tile. Like you're putting in the same thing that's there. You're bothering people that don't want it, don't need it. And yes, they're taking up a whole lot of my property, 25 feet straight across the center and up the side. I have no access to anymore because there'll be an easement on that. I can't do anything with my property after that for a 2-hour flood that I had in the 13 years I own the property. There's other things, but I'm kind of, it's all coming to me at once, so I can't think of it, but yeah, we don't need it. It doesn't benefit us, but to the tune of $50,000, 55,000, and they're gonna give me $7,000 because they're taking my land away from me. Doesn't sound fair for something I don't need, I don't want. Highlands 2 is not gonna benefit from this, but we're paying a majority of it. If you look at the numbers, Highlands 2 is paying the majority, big numbers. Highlands 3, who are actually benefiting from it, $11,000. I'm at 50, 55 for something I don't want and don't need. I don't know if Sarah wants to say anything.
Just listening tonight, for the report and knowing that there's just one report and there hasn't been anything else done to come up with a different solution where this isn't interfering in Highlands 2. It was just a report and that we had to go with that. He just spoke about, sorry, I don't know his name behind me, the intent of what their intentions is in not taking down the trees but the impact of what they're doing because they don't have a solidified, what is actually going to be done. And if this happens tonight or whenever it does, it'll just be surprises going, you know what I mean? My land that's being taken away, I can't tell you how upsetting that is because of what I wanted to do in my backyard. And to pay people to take my land, I can't wrap my head around that. Like, I just can't. This is doing nothing for us. We already have our own drainage, but to pay somebody to take my land, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, and I never will.
I do have a question for Paul though too. Why didn't we move it up 100 feet and go down Evelyn Street straight to the beach?
Yeah.
I was at the meetings on site, and what I heard was from the people in Highlands 3, oh, we don't want it emptying onto our beach.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
Put it on Highlands 2 beach. That's the reason, major reason,
This is.
it's not going down Highlands 3.
Thank you. Paul, can you reply?
Through the chair, the design of the Luther Miller Drain follows the existing Luther Miller Drain because of the topography. That's where it goes now. That's where the new drain is going to be constructed. Talk about taking of the land, there's an implied easement over top of the drain once it's constructed, again, for future maintenance, if and when that needs to happen. And that's about all I can say.
Well, Councilor.
Couldn't you move it up? Yeah, go there. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, from what I've been hearing all night was, we're doing this on old surveys. We're doing this because it's there. Like, you're paying an engineer $300,000 to engineer something. Why not take the easiest route? The easiest route is the cheapest route. Move it 100 feet up the road, go down Evelyn Street. Like, what's so hard about that? Because this one already exists, will bother people, go through their yard, take up will destroy the natural ravine that is now by putting this rock garden that nobody cares about. They want the natural ravine.
Through the chair, I'm just going to say again, where the Luther Miller Drain is today, and it is a legal entity as it is today, is where that we're going to reconstruct it today. Taking it out of the watershed, taking it to a different location is not a recommended practice.
Why is it not a recommended practice?
It's not out of the watershed on Evelyn Street, it's still in the watershed.
Why can't you answer my question?
You asked the question.
Okay, I'll just come up here and say why. Why? So could you answer it, please?
The question is?
Why can't you move it
Thank you.
100 feet up?
Yeah.
In my experience, we keep the drains where they are located under the bylaws that are here now. We are repairing and improving an existing drain. That's where it is. I can tell you that I've been into a situation where a drain was relocated out of its original path and it was appealed to the tribunal and the tribunal told them to put it back where it was. We can go there if you want. It's only going to cost more money.
You? Anybody else?
Joe Passos?
My question was answered.
This is a question for Paul. This sounds more of a needs versus wants. I think the question is, can it go down Evelyn Street? Not you want it to go down Evelyn Street. I think her question is, can it go down Evelyn Street?
Through the chair, I'm an engineer. I can almost do anything. If you want me to run water uphill, I'll run water uphill. I don't recommend it.
Respectfully, to the engineer, we don't want you to run the water uphill. We want you to run the water where it should go. And if they can go to Evelyn Street, the same way I spoke earlier about why Highlands 3 stairway is not being utilized. He's talking specifically about the Luther Miller. Combining the two, you should be able to go down Evelyn Street. The fact of the matter is he hasn't answered the questions.
Dave Manders?
That.
No. I have another Andy from 71245 William Street. Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you. No. Tom Hayter.
Question's been answered. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes the list of registered speakers.
I wasn't on the agenda.
Okay.
May I?
Go to the microphone, sir.
Thank you. Drew Robertson, Highlands 3. I've asked a lot of people this, and I've never got an answer, so I thought they maybe want to hear it all you wise individuals. The Highlands 3 cottage owners own a tremendous variety of septic systems. So this may fall under a public health situation. However, regardless of what authority it ends up with, it ends up in the lake. And I'm wondering, because the pipe going down Elizabeth Street is solid and the individual homeowners drain their backyards to the stub that's left behind, how is the surface water, will the surface water affect the septic water, or will it, in the other way around, will the septic water get into the surface water that will end up in the drain and then harm the rest of the environment? Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm not a septic system designing engineer, but I have designed septic systems. And I know that septic systems work more efficiently if they are not flooded. Now, this municipal drain provides outlet, taking a drain to a property owner for them to connect to it. So if they choose to connect to it and how they choose to connect to it is up to them in this municipality to, I don't want to say police, but what goes into the drain, right? So drains shall not be polluted, and that's at the municipality level as to what gets into the drain. We provide an outlet.
Thank you. That concludes. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to, has a concern? Is there,
I have one concern maybe, or just a question.
Thanks. It's
Go
Janelle,
ahead.
right?
Yes. Thanks. Yeah, so I'm Janelle Dykstra. I'm 71251 Blue Water Highway, so off the highway. And I realize I'm part of the Luther Miller watershed. Now, my question is kind of like, I know there's a topical picture or like the elevations of where the water goes. And I had a new property built beside me, in the past few years, and a lot more water flows to my property. You can see on the elevation that it's higher than mine. So just kind of wondering, is that taken into effect of where the water's flowing, kind of when that elevation was taken, and is that taken into consideration at all of like which way the topical water is flowing and how that's going to go to the drain, if that makes sense?
Through the chair, we look at the outside watershed area, to which contributes to the drain. If there's been development of houses in a residential area, the grading of those houses, I think, is the building officials' concern and how they grade those properties. But if they're within the watershed and they grade them, they should be able to grade them such that it gets to the drain.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that satisfies your question, Jan.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, through the chair. Was there anyone else who was not registered to speak this evening that had a question at this time?
Hey, I'm Lori Dykstra. I'm the mother of Jan, but I've just got the question. How are we going to pay for this? Are you paying for it on a big shot? You're paying the $50,000 out, or are you putting it onto the taxes over like 10 years? And does that have an interest on it that you're paying on the amount that you're paying on your taxes? Has that been explained?
Through you, Chair. We haven't spoke about that yet, and assessments will be discussed at the Court of Revision. However, for this project, we would allow property owners to debenture their full assessment if their final assessment is greater than $2,000. If a property share is less than $2,000, or if they choose not, or if the landowner chooses not to do a debenture, the typical payment period is 30 days from the date that the invoice is issued. It's assumed that the property owner is not doing a debenture unless they contact the municipality about having a debenture. And debenture costs are charged an interest rate. It's not simply a deferral of the base cost. The terms of the debenture generally break down as a term of 5 years. The interest rate is equal to the fixed rate acquired by the municipality to finance the short-term loan. It's acknowledged that this rate will fluctuate on the loan-by-loan basis. Semi-annual payments are added to the property tax roll as a local improvement charge. An agreement with the above terms must be signed by the landowners per the property assessment roll. So that is the information I have about that today. I know that our manager of finance is more than happy to speak with each landowner on an individual basis.
Okay, okay.
Any other comments from the floor? Seeing none?
So through you, Chair, the next item on the agenda at this moment is seeking council's direction to either refer the report back to the engineer for specific considerations or to adopt the report for the Luther Miller Drain Improvement and Highlands 3 Branch dated July 2026 as prepared by RJ Burnside and Associates Limited, and that a provisional bylaw be given first and second reading. And I do have a proposal there that the Court of Revision be scheduled for September 2nd at 6:30. However, given the timelines this evening, the back-to-back meetings did not work out ideally. So we would want to talk about that briefly before we schedule that.
You heard Chandra's options, 1 or 2. So comments from Councillor Weststone.
Yeah, I was ready to make a decision one way or the other at all honesty, but then I heard a lot of different things. There's one at the end that's really intriguing to me. And so Paul, I just want to ask you the question before I make anything. If we were to send this back and get you to look at and do a review of this going down Evelyn Street and what would be the benefits and risk and the impact to the project cost, how long would that take you?
Is anybody going on vacation? I know I am. Through the chair, to evaluate, a full, flow outlet from, the agricultural lands on the east side of 81 up to Evelyn Street and down, and then down, the bluff through the walkway, I presume, Highland Street walkway, and then onto the beach. I'm thinking that's 3 or 4 month. We got to survey it. We got to evaluate it. We got to get some cost estimates. And then we got another outlet on the beach. Right? Yeah. Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, Paul, on doing a study. Is it possible to have, let's say, a quasi study saying, yes, it actually is possible to do this?
Yes.
Is it possible just to say?
I refer to this gentleman for my answer. Yeah, we could do a very quick estimate of seeing that would work. And a timeline for that? Oh,
If I may, Mr. Mayor. If you're doing a just quick look to see, then you could maybe have an assessment on how long it would take for a report to come in.
yes.
So here's my dilemma in moving that forward. Is 3 months can add up to a lot of dollars. And then that just spreads out more dollars if this moves forward to the petitioners that are on there. So that's why I'm hesitant about doing that, and whether I'm not an engineer and obviously not. And, and I hear from the engineers that of course they're going to take the path of least resistance, which is where it currently is today. That makes sense, for that's the ease. But I also hear at the same time that there's other ways that would benefit, keep the benefit as we've been talking about, at least benefits to the people that are paying. So I'm trying to look at where that benefit lies versus trying to save you some money at the same time. Because if we go forward with this and add this in there, and all of a sudden there is no benefit to it, and it costs more, you could end up paying more for it at the same time. So I haven't made my mind up yet as to which direction, if I'm going to go that path or not.
Go ahead, Paul.
If I may just add some context to the discussion that we're just going through right now. The Drainage Act gives all kinds of options that how do we assess its costs? If you are going to take water that is naturally flowing through the ravine and now divert it to somewhere else, those costs are going to be upon those people and the ravine is going to be relieved. The engineer is allowed to assess benefit by cutoff. So now the water's not flowing down the ravine. The engineer is going to assess those people the benefit of not having water in the ravine. I'm just adding context to your.
One more time.
Thank you. He's saying about the water naturally flowing. It was pumped across into the Luther Miller drain. It's not naturally flowing there now. We're talking about he wants to naturally flow it. It's 100 feet up the road. It's a straight pipe down to the beach. you're not doing your rock garden at the outlet. There's no way, with the exception of engineer's fees, it's gonna cost more to go straight 200 meters down Evelyn Street. There's no way. I've been in construction 41 years. And you can't tell me going through what they propose and doing your fancy rock garden, removing trees is gonna be cheaper than moving it 100 feet up the street and going straight down Evelyn Street.
Go ahead.
Just to make a comment to that, it's not just the construction fees, it's the engineer report itself. So that, yeah, the fact they're good. Yeah,
Construction should be lower.
yeah, but the project with another additional engineer report could make it higher.
One.
Oh, it's coming up. Okay.
Christine Buchanan, I'm in Highlands 2 on the ravine. We have been asking for some research to be done into having the water go down to Highlands 3 to their walkway since the beginning of this discussion. And for some reason, the engineers have never provided us with that report, but we have asked for it time and time again at many meetings.
Councilor Weston.
Excuse me. It's Jeff Moorhead. I'm remote. I apologize. I'm kind of confused. I thought we were past the public comments and we're now within the council. Is it still public comment section, or who is actually addressing this part of the conversation?
We thought we were done the public comments, but people keep coming to the mic. Sorry, sir.
So I just need the point of or process. I just would like to understand where we are.
I'm waiting for council decision to which option we're going with. Go
So
ahead.
we're past public comments. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
go ahead.
It's, so Paul, I do have a question for you then. What would be the cost to do that analysis?
I honestly can't tell you. I don't know.
So 3 months, you'd have a certain amount of man hours involved, right? So would you be able to calculate it out based on what man hours and what rates? Approximately?
Through the chair, if you're asking us to do a fast and dirty down comment on something as a possible option, we can do that. I'm not prepared to give you a number right now.
Got another person? No? No.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to make the motion that this goes back to the engineering firm for review if this can go down Evelyn Street and what would be the benefit and risk and impact the project cost. Which, I'm just going to repeat it. You asked me to repeat it?
Yeah, sorry. So that it be referred back to the engineer for a review of,
Of the option to go down Evelyn Street and what would be the benefits and risks and impact to project cost.
an increase to project costs, sorry. So, sorry, I'll just repeat it back. That the report for the Luther Miller Municipal Drain Improvement and Highlands 3 branch be referred back to the engineer and that the engineer bring forward a review of the option for the drain to go down Evelyn Street, including the benefit and risk and impact to overall project costs. Okay. Does that work? Does that wording, is that clear? Paul?
I'm sorry, through the chair. I'm a little worried about the terminology of benefit and risk to the project. If you give me clear direction as to what you want me to do, I will come up with a clear answer. If you're happy to tell you what the changes to the total costs, the changes to the benefit assessment, changes to the outlet assessment, I can give you those numbers.
Okay, Paul, if I worded it this way, if we got rid of the term benefit and if there's any additional risks outside of what, does that satisfy? Benefit, that's past the conversation we had about benefit earlier, so. Yeah.
Through the chair, yes.
That helps?
That helps.
Okay. And any additional risks and impact to the project costs.
Okay, so through you, Chair, the motion at the time, or at the moment, that the report for the Luther Miller Municipal Drain Improvement and Highlands 3 branch be referred back to the engineer and that the engineer bring forward for review the option of the drain going down Evelyn Street and any additional risks and impact to the overall project costs.
Second.
Thank you.
Council Harris.
Thank you, Deputy. And if I can ask Paul for the assessment on whether or not the option is there, how long, like we should put a date on when a report should come back. How long would you think you would require?
Through the chair, I think reasonably 3 months, because we got to come back and survey now and add the survey to a design and then cost that out and give you some real numbers. There's no sense trying to do it without. Okay.
Thank you. I did have Brenda Schrader come up. I said there was no comments, but being this is changing the direction, their property's right next door. I think it's only fair to hear if she has a concern. Just an option, I know, but go ahead.
They were talking about it not being involved to come to that end, but wouldn't we have to handle that water somehow anyway? If it's all coming down to the other end of Highlands 3, it's going to land on the beach. So do we not need all the, what do you call it? Rock garden. Are we going to need that sort of thing then anyway? So the cost is still there?
That'll come when the new report comes, Brenda.
And that's 3 months of an engineer's time for, what's that going to cost? And who's that laying on? You guys requested it. Does that mean you guys pay for it?
Any further questions? Okay. Everybody understand the motion on the floor? All in favor? Carried. Give the confirmatory bylaw. I have a mover. Walden, Council Harris, all in favor? I can ask
Adjournment.
for motion for adjournment. Counselor Weston, all in favor? Carries. Thank you, everyone, for coming out.
Yeah.